regarding mail-in ballots, and it was actually found that it was against their constitution.
So what particular rules about mail-in ballots did Pennsylvania change, and how?
So because Pennsylvania
Diana,
decided
thank you for the $3 and the
that,
33 cents on Venmo.
so because Pennsylvania decided to do that, that affected the election
So what particular
with
rules
mail-in
did
ballots and
So
Pennsylvania.
what particular rules did Pennsylvania change about mail-in ballots that was specifically unconstitutional?
I think it was more related to the extended time that they gave. It was days, weeks after, like they didn't have an election day like Florida does. It just extended on and on and on. And then that's how they got the mail-in ballots that they needed in the middle of the night to win the state.
So how specifically was changing the window in which individuals could submit them unconstitutional? And additionally, can you just give me any evidence of that?
Well, Texas had the case, and they brought it to the court, and that got thrown out. But
Yeah,
nobody
give me any
deciding.
Hey, sir, I'm asking you a question. Can you give me any evidence that provide evidence for literally one word that you've been able to say on my live for the last 30 minutes, so we're gonna move on to our next guest. Like, dude, bro. Hey, what's up, Cassie? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25.
25. All right, you got a bad connection, brother. I do apologize. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. I don't know why our live is not sending out today. It is a little bit unfortunate. We're going to move on to our next guest, Jack, here, y'all. If you're MAGA, just let me know in that chat. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in that bio. And Ice Cube, thank you so much for the hanging light. We got our next guest loading up. Everyone just give us a minute. All right, Jack isn't loading in, so we're going to move on to our next guest here. Let's go to see what Bree has to say, guys. I don't know why our live isn't sending out today. That's quite strange. What's up, Bree? How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2004.
What year did you graduate high school?
2023.
Okay, yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I feel that our economic stance right now is very poor.
Okay, yeah. So if you're referencing like the economy, maybe you're referencing inflation, etc., how did the Biden-Harris administration cause the economy to be worse?
They spent a lot of money, like way too much.
So if we want to reference government spending, Biden has
But I know how much Trump spent. I've known.
Biden has added about $4.6 trillion to our debt. Trump's administration added $8.4 trillion to our debt. He spent more.
Right, but what is Kamala Harris going to do for our economic stance?
Well,
how's she going to fix it?
I mean, I think that their administration has had a very effective response. The economy got shit in the first place because of the pandemic, and the U.S. has had the quickest global rebound from the pandemic, inflation, etc., out of any other country in the G7. And we've done so through bills such as the infrastructure bill to spark manufacturing and jobs here at home in America, to improve our infrastructure through a $1 trillion investment, or like the Inflation Reduction Bill. Which essentially invests millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation in the long term. Also like just drilling for more oil is also spruced our domestic economy.
Right, but Biden's been saying he's going to fix it, and so far I haven't seen anything fixed in my state or a lot of states. So unfortunately,
that's just subjectively wrong. So the inflation rate at the peak of the pandemic was 9%. It's down to 3%. We're also sitting at a 4.1% unemployment rate.
I mean, what are you seeing? Like, where are you seeing, like, what states are you seeing that in? Because there's certain states that are not getting that. I mean, my gas prices are still $5. My housing is still unaffordable for anybody in my age group. My apartment rent is way too over the top because of inflation. So, I mean, yeah, you're saying all these facts, but there are still people out there struggling with what inflation did to everybody. So, I mean, give me some accurate
representation. So do you think
that,
what do you think Biden should do about it? Do you think he should pass a deflation bill? Like, that's just not how it works. So, ultimately speaking, we can't, introduce deflation because that would just put our country in a recession. right? So like that's just not how we do it. Like if Trump was president right now, no, Trump would not be passing a deflation bill either. Like we saw inflation between 2017 and 2019, right? If what you're saying was true, why didn't Trump pass a bill to deflate back to the prices we saw in 2017? Well, he didn't do that because that's impossible. Okay, so like the goal is to reduce inflation in the sense that you're reducing the rate at which the pricing of goods would increase, right? And then spruce the economy, put more money in more people's hands, add like 2 million new homes to the housing market to increase the supply with keeping a constant demand to decrease the price. Like there's a couple things we could do here, but ultimately speaking, the US has had the best global response out of any other country in the G7 to like the inflation onset by the pandemic, and that is a fact. Like you're saying that Biden didn't handle it like appropriately. This would also mean that there was no world leader that handled it appropriately because we had the best response out of any of them.
There kind of was. I mean, if you look it up, Trump was by far one of the people that brought in the most economic standpoint for our country. I mean, he was bringing money back into the US. Yes, he was spending money, but we weren't losing as much as we normally would. You can look up the statistics on that. I mean, you can look up how Trump helped our economic state for the whole president.
So what did Trump do for our economy? What policy or executive order did Trump sign into law that just made the economy so good? Also, I can't hear you while you're on pause, Bree. Just want to let you know. Well, I don't know if Bree's running away right now. I think we'll just leave her on here in case she decides that she wants to... Oh, she's back. I guess we're just going to go and load up someone else in the meantime while we're leaving Bree up here. Oh, you're back, Bree. No, she's gone again.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's fine. Do what you need to do, Bree. Go look for a source, whatever. We're going to go and load up our next guest. Guys, if you're a MAGA, just make sure to let me know in that chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just do be patient while we are getting our next guest up in the live, y'all. Let's go and get our next guest up in here, guys. Everyone just do be patient. What's up, Jeff? You came up here yesterday and you were quite the emotional man. So do you want to not run away with your tail in between your legs and tell me?
No, I only had a couple minutes yesterday, and I was just messing with you, Dean. But I got a question for you. What are the names? Chris God, AJ Wise, Alexander Benenyov, Elizabeth Medina, Timothy Wolf. What are those names mean to you?
Really nothing. Who are they?
Oh, they're all people that were killed by illegal immigrants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can keep going. Do you want me to name more? I mean, there's a whole list of them.
I mean, you're just gonna set yourself up for looking worse ultimately. But if you want to continue to name more, go ahead.
I mean, you want me to? I mean, also Travis's wife and son were also killed. Let's see. I'll get you more of a list. I mean, there's plenty of them. I mean, I know you're gonna use the claim that supposedly they're 4 times less likely to commit crimes, blah blah blah, and all that other bullshit that the same rhetoric that.
Yeah. So that's the part. I actually think it's incredibly deplorable when we see individuals such as yourself, Jeff, virtue signaling and just straight up demonizing undocumented migrants. Insofar as fear mongering,
absolutely.
Hey, just allow me to finish here, Jeff.
Okay, are you going to let me finish? No, because you have a history of cutting people off too. So I'll let you finish.
Jeff, I let you finish. I let you talk. I let you have the mic.
Go ahead.
So you're just what you're doing is you're demonizing undocumented migrants by virtue signaling to just fearmonger the American general public into engaging in fringe conspiracy bullshit and xenophobia, and then just to cast their vote for the anti-democratic rapists. That's the truth. Natural-born U.S. citizens are 4 times more likely to commit violent crimes than undocumented migrants. So yeah, shut your yapping ass up. And additionally, here, even if I'm wrong and you're right, then we should blame it on Trump because he's the one that shot down the 2 bipartisan border bills in Congress because he didn't want to make the Democrats look good. Apparently, even if they are the worst people ever, he would rather have these murderous, violent individuals killing American citizens than the Democrat Party taking a win. So even if you accept this MAGA cultist worldview, you still look insane.
I look insane that an individual that is not supposed to be in this country because he's here illegally is killing American citizens, and I look insane?
So tourists kill American citizens. Should we stop tourism?
No, because they're here legally.
Okay, and is asylum a legal process?
Yeah, but these people weren't seeking asylum. These were illegal immigrants.
Wait, they come in the country and they claim asylum.
Not these people that I listed. That's what you don't understand.
Okay, so just to make sure, they commit a violent crime and you think that they should be deported for that, right?
I mean, well, absolutely, they should be deported for without.
Okay, so an undocumented migrant. So just to clarify, when an undocumented migrant,
go ahead.
When an undocumented migrant commits a violent crime, they should be kicked out of our country. But when Donald Trump commits a violent crime, he should be allowed to run the country. Like, you care so much about criminal justice, you care so much about seeking accountability for victims of violent crimes, but as soon as we talk about Trump, you could care about anything more. So just, yeah, explain that one to me, Jeff.
Okay, are you done reading your script on your screen now?
I'm not reading a script.
Well, it is. It's the same script you read every day. So, I mean, it is a script.
So where's my script? Where's my script, Jeff? Where's the script at? Where's the script at?
Okay, maybe,
you guys give the same bullshit arguments every day. I thought you said you weren't going to interrupt me. It's absolutely, I think it's hilarious. Stephanie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for cooking him. I appreciate you so much for the love, Stephanie. I think it's just absolutely hilarious when you guys. Well, I mean, you made a bullshit claim and you've made it 4 times. So I am going to interrupt you, and just to clarify here, like, I wouldn't have interrupted you if you actually engaged with the content of the discussion, but instead you just decided to repeat the claim that I'm reading from a script. I think it's hilarious that you accuse me of that. It just makes you look bad, because at the end of the day, I am repeating a lot of the same points, Jay, thank you for the galaxy, that I repeat every single day, because y'all bring up the same arguments. And if you know I repeat these every single day, it's mean you've heard this same discussion go down so many times, and you still don't know how to respond to it. Robert, thank you so much for the golden party. I appreciate you for the love, man. Let's get some W. Roberts in that chat. Thank you so much. Massive W. Roberts. Thank you so much. W. Roberts, ladies and gentlemen.
Am I allowed to talk now without being interrupted?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. The reason I say they use the same bullshit rhetoric is because you're not responding to the actual cause. You're using the same script. Maybe it's not a script on your screen, but you sure as hell got it memorized pretty well. So I'll give you credit for that.
So how did I not appropriately address your claim? I think I granted it a phenomenal response.
So why is it okay for someone that's here in this country illegally to kill somebody? Why is that okay with you? Why are you not fighting for a better border protection? Especially for your border czar, supposedly, that took 3 months to go to the border in the first place.
So both of those claims are false. I don't think it's ever okay to commit a violent crime, but this is where you disagree because, Trump the rapist, you want to run the country. And then second of all, why am I not fighting for better border protection? I actually do think that we should have more secure legal ports of entry where individuals are documented. This isn't just good for the country, but it's also good for the undocumented migrants, right? Because instead of them trying to cross into our country through the desert where they have a high potentiality of dying through starvation or thirst, right? If we have safe, legal, fast ports of entry, well, that is what is going to make them safer, right? And this is what the Democratic Party's been fighting for, trying to pass 2 bipartisan border bills through the House and the Congress. Donald Trump is the one that shot them down. Biden signed in his executive order, which decreased border crossings by 55%. Then ultimately speaking, we have lower amount of crossings today than we had at the end of Trump's term. That's the facts. Don't lie, okay? And you still never answered my question. Why is it the case when an undocumented migrant commits a violent crime, they shouldn't be allowed in the country, but when Donald Trump commits a violent crime, he should be allowed to run the country? Can you explain that one to me, Jeff?
Yeah, that's the easiest thing in the world to say, and it's so stupid to keep repeating the same thing over and over to you again because you're just going to have the same bullshit rhetoric, but I'll do it again. There is a massive difference between a criminal court of law and a civil court of law. There is a massive difference on what is taken into...
Whoa, no shit. Criminal courts are different from civil courts. Oh, no shit.
You gonna interrupt me again?
You're just pointing out that civil courts are different than criminal courts. No shit, Jeff.
Yeah, no shit, exactly. So these illegal immigrants that are coming in and killing United States citizens are being put through a criminal court of law, not a civil court of law. And I understand she didn't come through in time, and God bless her if she actually was raped. I'm not a grapist apologist or anything like that. Like, I hope to God that Linda,
thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Linda. Let's get some W. Lindas in the chat for the $10 on PayPal.
You can't deny the fact that it wasn't a civil court. It was a civil court, not a criminal court. I mean, and there is a massive difference between those two. So you can say that all day long that he's this convicted violent offender. He's not. He's not a convicted violent offender. He's convicted in a civil court of law.
So do you think that Trump is a felon? Do you accept his 34 felonies?
Yeah, I accept the felonies. I mean, I believe that what he did is what he did, and for sure. I mean, the part that again, are you going to let me finish, or I can just leave? It's fine.
So you think that he falsified business documentation, specifically committing finance fraud, pulling money from his campaign, paying it to Stormy Daniels as hush money to be quiet about the fact that he slept with her, to sway votes of individuals in the 2016 election?
I believe that it is bullshit that they essentially changed the law to make it a felony when it is supposed to be a misdemeanor offense. And
the law changed.
Yeah, okay. Sure, whatever. they literally did what they had. And you're talking about a prosecutor that literally got elected to office on the premise that I will put Donald Trump in jail. He actually said that in his campaign, and you know that.
When did they change the law?
Are you going to agree with that?
I don't know anything about his campaign, but if he said that, that's just such a W, dude. Let's go.
Alvin
when did they change the law?
Campaigned on the fact, he said in his campaign,
holding criminals accountable. Great, awesome.
No,
Law and Order. I thought that you were the party of Law and Order. Phenomenal.
Again, that's not.
Can you answer my question? You said that they changed it from a misdemeanor to felony. When did they change the law?
They changed the factors of what it was.
When?
It was supposed to be a misdemeanor. I don't have the data in front of me. If you want,
that's because they didn't. They didn't change it. Do you
Are you
know
going
what
to
he was
respond to my
convicted
fact,
of?
though, that Alvin Bragg actually ran on the fact that he was going to put Donald Trump in jail?
I already did. W. Bragg, party of Law and Order, holding criminals accountable, especially ones in the public interest that could or could not be running our country. W. Alvin Bragg. Do I need to say it again?
So you're in defense of weaponizing the justice system against our political opponents.
No, it's not weaponizing the justice system against our political opponents.
He ran and
it's
got
holding
elected
criminals
on the
accountable.
weaponization of the Justice Department.
So what does that mean to weaponize the Justice Department? Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What do you mean? Tell you what you mean by that? You're fucking too stupid to figure that out on your own?
Well, what I'm trying to make you understand is that weaponization of the Justice Department against a political opponent is abusing the Justice Department to convict political opponents of crimes that they didn't commit. That's the difference in these circumstances. Let me finish here. Right?
Oh,
so
you can finish
there's a difference between
it.
weaponizing the criminal justice system to unfairly persecute a political opponent for crimes they didn't commit, and then just holding a criminal responsible for the crimes that they committed. And it's absolutely so funny hearing this come from you, because you're supposed to be the individual from the party of Law and Order. You're the one that thinks the criminal justice system is so reliable that it can be used against undocumented migrants, and you're the one that outright denies it, says that it's being weaponized and misused and abused by the Democrats, and also denies the civil court that particularly held Trump legally responsible for rape. It's incredible. You don't care about the party of Law and Order as soon as it applies to you and your candidate. And Sky, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Sky. Let's get some massive W Skies down there thank you so much for the love. Let's go, W Sky.
I actually never once said that either one of those claims against him were false. What I was debating and fighting with you against is that you are calling him a violent offender.
And Olivia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Olivia's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10. And yeah, I think that Trump is a violent sex offender, because rape is a violent sex offense.
Has he ever been proven guilty towards that?
Yeah, he was proven guilty in a criminal court of law by a preponderance of evidence after 2 years of deliberation by a jury of 9 of his peers.
Not criminal court of law. Again,
that's what I said, buddy.
Oh, it's not. You said criminal. You may
if
have
I said criminal, then I misspoke. Yeah, if I said criminal, then I did misspoke. He was held legally responsible. He was proven. He was guilty of a violent sex offense in a civil court of law by a jury of 9 people, 7 men and 2 women, after 2 years of deliberation via a preponderance of an evidence. I'm going to ask you, Bray, do you think Trump is a rapist?
I mean, I think that Biden likes little girls too, so I don't really care.
Biden running for, I mean, this would have been a great talking point for like a week ago, and I would have been so interested in proving you wrong, but Biden's not running for president.
Okay, okay. I mean, show me where people, like the video proof of Trump committing those crimes, and I'd listen to you all the way. But
so there's not a video of him raping a woman.
Right, but it's always he said, she said in certain cases, and I'm not saying that I don't believe the victim.
Kind of. Do you know one piece of evidence? Oh wait, first of all, do you know what the victim's name was?
No, I never looked into that case. I don't really care. I care more about I care more about the economic standpoint.
Well, I mean, do you understand how it's very like harmful for you to just come out here and say that it was all he said, she said, no real evidence when you don't even know her name or one piece of evidence she submitted to the court?
I mean, okay.
And then also there is videos of him bragging about Grape, saying how he likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word. He doesn't even need to ask first because of how rich and famous he is, which, funny enough, is exactly what E. Jean Carroll, that's her name.
Anyways, I have my facts that I was trying to pull up earlier.
Yeah, one second. Maggie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo from Dipey Don. Thank you so much for the love, Maggie. Let's get some W Maggies down below. Thank you so much for the love. Sherry, thank you so much for the $5. And Trish with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Trish. W Maggies for the $20, W Sherry for the $5, and W Trish for the 25. Thank you guys so much. Thank y'all.
I'll let Bree go over facts really quick, but you're also taking that grab by the P word. You're taking that out of context as well. So
what's the context?
You're taking it out of context. Go ahead and play
what's the context?
Go ahead and play the entire video, not just a little clip that you want to play. Go ahead and play the entire thing.
I mean, I'll just trust you, dude. You could tell me what the context is.
Oh, go ahead. Show.
You're telling me that I'm taking it out of it. So, do you understand?
I've watched the video multiple times. That's how I know.
Do you understand? Do you understand?
If I could share a video on your live, I would, but I can't.
Vanessa, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Vanessa. Let's get some W Vanessas down in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Vanessa. So, do you understand the reason why I just asked you to provide me with a context? It's because you don't know it. You just say that. It's the same thing Christians do.
I know it.
It's like, Jeff, allow me. Just Jeff.
No, I'm not going to allow you.
There you go. I'll force you to let me finish.
Yeah.
So it's like the same thing. It's like the same thing that Christians do when I like tell them that their Bible supports slavery. They're like, "Oh, you're taking it out of context." First of all, they've never read the scripture themselves. They don't know what the context would be. And second of all, what context would justify such statements? So when you tell me that there's this clip of Trump speaking on Access Hollywood saying that he likes to grab women by the P word, he doesn't need to ask first because of how rich and famous he is. First of all, no, I don't think there's any additional context there. I'm willing to let you inform me about what it is. And second of all, there's literally no context that could justify that statement. Like, none. Like, what is it? Well, like what? What did he say? Well, JK, it's opposite day. That was actually an example of what a really shitty dude would say. I would never do something like that myself. And this is exactly how you shouldn't talk as a man. Okay, that might, like, give us some valuable context. But anything besides that, like, it's just not going to do anything for us. Like, you know what I mean? You know? Like, I'd love for you to tell me the context, Jeff. Yo, Carrie with the $75 on PayPal. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. Sheesh. Holy shit. Guys, let's get at least 150 W carries in the comment section for the $75 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. You've been here supporting like every single day. I love you so much and thank you so much. I want to see W carries in that chat for the next 20 minutes. And also, Kira, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. And Jennifer with a $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W carries, some W Kiras, and some W Jennifers. I really appreciate y'all for the love. But go ahead, Jeff or Bree. Either of y'all could take it away.
Okay.
No, I'm just letting you know I'm taking off because I told you that if you fucking kept interrupting me, I was going to leave and not be prone to your rhetoric bullshit, fucking script reading off your screen. So have a good day, bro.
Wham.
No,
Okay,
it's not wham at all.
I don't care about you. Bye.
I'm tired of being interrupted, and then you fucking mute me when I interrupt you. So you're a little fucking kid, bro. It's clear as day.
Hey, Jeff, keep it pushing. If you want to leave, you can leave. I don't care. Bree, what's up? What do you got to say?
So
it's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure, sir. Bree, what you got for me?
So when Trump did his $1.8 million tax cut back in 2018, when it actually got passed, the unemployment rate dropped from a 4.7% to a 4.1%. The income household went up by $850.
I can't hear you when you're on pause, by the way, Bree. And I'm going to be more respectful of you. I just want to let you understand that I was only being really mean to Jeff because he's mean to me. But I'll actually try to have a good, respectful conversation with you here. But I'm so sorry, real quick. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W Jennifers in that chat for the $15 on PayPal. That's absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. And WB, thank you for the $3 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for cutting you off there, Bree, but go ahead.
No, you're okay. I'm just saying that there was 2.3 million new jobs for people. So, I mean, Trump is a bad person. I'm not going to deny that. I don't agree with him on a lot of things. I'm not going to deny that. But from an economic standpoint, like, you have to look at it like he did a lot for the country, but I'm not saying he didn't do anything bad. I know he's done some bad things, and I agree with that. But yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, first of all, Morgan, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. Let's get some W Morgans in that chat and some W DNCs in that chat. Y'all are like being so incredibly generous right now. Thank you so much, Morgan. W Morgans in the chat. Thank you for the love from the DNC. So when we're referencing the TCGA, the Tax Cuts and the Jobs Act, we got another one. Crystal with the $20 on Venmo. Crystal says their desperation is intoxicating. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the $20. That's incredibly kind of you. W Crystals in the chat, guys. W Morgans and W Crystals, thank you. So when we're referencing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, you're right. This was something that Trump had influenced to get passed, and there's some good in it, like the tax cuts for the middle class, but it was majorly bad for the reason that it sent 83% of those tax cuts to the top 1%, and it cost $2 trillion in debt-related spending, and it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. And that is ultimately why it was a bad bill, because why should we be spending $1 trillion for 0.01% in our GDP?
You know, that's a good point. I can't deny that. But I also, like, there's a lot of different things that Biden's done in his presidency that also affected us greatly. I mean, he pulled us out of a war that we were in for 20 years, ended up having 13 military people die, yawned at their service. Like,
yeah. So
like,
when we're referencing the pullout of Afghanistan, so first of all, Trump was actually the one that brokered that deal before he left office. Biden
yeah, but there was a different plan to do it.
And then second of all, there wasn't a different plan. And then second of all, when we're referencing the 13 individuals that died, yeah, that's bad. There were 65 active duty military individuals that died under Trump's presidency. And then also just Biden's not running for re-election. But honestly, can you name like any piece of policy or legislation that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
The abortion bans.
So that was not something they influenced to get passed. That was something that Trump influenced to get passed. He appointed three individuals.
Trump started it. He started it, but ultimately it was end of decision was Biden's. So I mean, we can cut and dry. You took government class? I'm assuming in high school, right? You know that everything that gets signed by the Supreme Court ends up going up to the presidential office for them to either veto or pass it.
No, that's going to be bills that go through Congress, not decisions from the Supreme Court.
Okay. Well, that's what I learned. So in my state, that's what we learned.
Yeah. So what you learned is that when like bills go through Congress, that's when the president gets the decision to either sign it into law or to veto it. But when we have decisions going through the Supreme Court, the president doesn't have any control over that apart from appointing like nominations of justices. And that's what Trump did. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices specifically to overturn Roe v. Wade. He boasted about it before it happened, and he was on stage boasting about it being one of the most greatest things in modern U.S. history 3 days ago, right? And I think if you disagree with that, you should absolutely not be voting for Trump, because this ultimately put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line, right? Destroying their access to healthcare, destroying their bodily integrity and autonomy, and shifting the family dynamic from like consenting, planning adults that are financially well off, that desire to have children, that desire to create a family, to these 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls being forced into starting a family because the state is forcing the woman to provide her bodily resources to someone else without their consent for 9 months. It's also allowed states like Arizona to reenact legislation from the 18th century to ban abortion outright. It's forcing victims of rape and incest.
Abortion isn't banned outright in Arizona.
So the reason it's not banned outright in Arizona is because their DA just wouldn't allow the legislation from the 18th century that was reenacted to go through. She just won't persecute on it. And then when we're referencing states like Kentucky or Ohio where it is banned outright, we see these 12-year-old girls that got raped having to travel across state lines.
Yeah, and I mean, that's terrible, and I agree, but from what it should be is that it should be medical exemption, rape exemption, stuff like that. I don't know. Arizona has a certain law that we get to, it's up to 15 weeks, I believe. So, I mean, I agree with you, but it just gave it to the states. It didn't leave it up to the government to be like, it's completely wrong. And I mean,
Savannah, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love, Savannah.
But anyways,
I want to stay on this topic. Like, putting the power to decide if women can get healthcare back to the states just ultimately takes more healthcare away from more women. Like, I absolutely believe that the motivation for overturning Roe v. Wade, thank you for the money gun, had nothing to do with a conflict of state versus federal rights. It has nothing to do with, like, more power enabled to the state level government. And it has all to do with misogynistic men, like, saying that they want to dibble-dabble within the rights of women, and they don't like abortion because they like to force women to maintain pregnancy when they engage in intercourse for any other reason but to start a family. So they just take this very sophist route of saying, oh, there's the states' rights, which they ultimately know will prelude to more women in red states not having access to said form of healthcare. Like, ultimately, it should be federally protected for all women for lethal elective abortions up until 24 weeks, regardless of where you live. There's no reason that we should expect women in the state of California or Colorado to have different access to healthcare than women that live in Kentucky, and that's a fact. It destroys the family unit, it puts the rights of the women on the line, and it increases rates of poverty while decreasing rates of education, income, and lowers qualities of life, all things considered. And Mark, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Mark.
yeah, I mean, you've got a point, but what about all these kids that are in foster care and not being helped? I mean, what are we doing to help those kids? What's Kamala going to do to help those kids? What are we, like, there are so many other...
Reinstitute Roe v. Wade. Reinstituting Roe v. Wade will absolutely benefit the foster care systems, because the reason we see a surge in individuals put in the foster care systems is because these women are forced to bear these children that they don't want, so then they ultimately put them into the adoption or foster care system, where they still have terrible lives with higher rates of SA, higher rates of violent crimes, higher rates of hard drug abuse, all because some misogynistic men didn't like that this woman was being quote-unquote irresponsible by engaging in intercourse without the intention to have children. And it serves as a detriment to those children because it's forcing unwanted kids in unready households, or it's forcing children within the adoption or foster care system. And we know those systems aren't good.
I mean, but Roe v. Wade just got overturned, like, not even that long ago. So, I mean, I'm talking about the foster care crisis for many years, and to address the comments that are asking me why I'm not adopting a kid, I'm only 19 years old, so I can't adopt a kid right now. It's not possible.
Morgan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, well, I don't know if they have any plans for the adoption of foster care system. I don't think that mainstream politicians care about it enough. I haven't seen any policy proposals by the Biden-Harris administration, nor have I seen policy proposals from the Trump-Vance administration. They should care about it more, but they don't.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading the comments.
You're good. Well, is there anything else that you wanted to go over here?
Nope. You're all good to go to the next person.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Bree. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
We're going to go to get our next guest up in here, y'all. So everyone just do give us a minute, guys. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest of the night has to say. Remember, if we are specifically in the guest request, make sure that we are voting for Trump, y'all. We are going to go ahead and load up our next guest. Also, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Elizabeth! Yo, Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the love. That means the world. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W Elizabeths in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. We're also going to go ahead and read out her message here. She says, and it's nobody's business what a woman decides to do with her body. It's her body. Absolutely, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo. I couldn't agree with you more. Well, very well said, Elizabeth. W Elizabeths in that chat. What's up, Hillbilly? How old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
You're voting for Trump.
I'm not
Why?
a kid.
I didn't call you a kid.
I want to touch on that. So, no, I'm just saying I wasn't. That's just a statement I made. I didn't say you did. I'm just saying it's just a statement.
All right, little bro. So why are you voting for Trump?
I want to go on your topic where you said the Bible. You're saying that the Bible. How'd you put that?
I said the Bible supports slavery. Super irrelevant to this topic, though.
Well, yeah, I just want to make a comment on that. The Bible doesn't. Moses in the Bible, God told Moses to go to Egypt and to free his people.
Okay.
How
I
is that
don't.
slavery?
Okay, sir. I want to talk about politics. I would love to have that discussion with you another day, though.
Touch on that. I know, but I just want to touch on that you're wrong on that one.
Okay. I'll go ahead and give this 30 seconds. So first of all, you're wrong. In the Bible, Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, God tells Moses that the Israelites could enslave individuals who weren't from Israel, supporting nationalistic chattel slavery. He told Moses that the Israelites could own non-Israelites as human property for life, even going so far as to say that when the master dies, they could be passed down as property to the children of the master, as well as Exodus 21 verses 20 through 21 specifically support slave masters having the ability to beat their slaves, and it's not morally wrong because the slave was their property. So the Bible does support slavery. What you're referencing is when God told Moses to go free the slaves of the Israelites that they had in Egypt at the time. But I think this just makes God more hypocritical, because specifically speaking, he cared so much when the Israelites were enslaved by the non-Israelites. He unleashed famines on the non-Israelites. He killed the kids of the non-Israelites, and he split a fucking sea. But as soon as it's the Israelites enslaving the non-Israelites, he says they have a moral right to do so. But that is a completely different topic. And when we're speaking about politics here,
politics. Okay.
No, I'm just not.
Let's go to politics then. Let's go to politics.
Go for it. So why do you think Trump is better than Harris?
Well, what I'm about to say is about Biden, but Harris backed him up, and Harris also agreed publicly to this right here about the pipeline. Y'all saying that Biden didn't shut down the pipeline, and according to Energy and Commerce, he did.
Biden did shut down the Keystone XL pipeline because of a court order from the Supreme Court.
Not according to this. I'm going to read this to you.
What's that?
You listening? Let me read this to you.
Yeah.
This is from Energy and Commerce. You know what that is, right?
Energy and Commerce. Just tell me what it says.
Our President Biden's first day in office, he shut down the Keystone Pipeline and eliminated 11,000 good-paying American jobs with the stroke of a pen. Got me so far? I got more. Then this sent a signal, the wrong signal, that the Biden administration, which includes Harris, just so you know, would make it harder for American energy producers, refiners, and workers to unleash domestic production. Canceling the Keystone Pipeline was only the first of many attacks from the administration on American energy production. Since then, President Biden's anti-American energy actions have included suspending oil and gas leasing on federal lands. I mispronounced that. It is suspending oil and gas leasing on federal lands, meaning you cannot drill there, which means you cannot get oil.
Milady, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Mulaney. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Let's get some W. Mulaney's in the chat for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I'm thanking someone for sending me $50. I'll let you get back to yapping in 1 second. Let's get some massive W. Mulaney's in that chat. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Mulaney. Thank you so much. W. Mulaney's. Continue your yap.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the beginning of this. Suspending oil and gas leasing on federal lands.
No, don't go back.
Delaying permits for energy infrastructures on pipelines.
Okay.
Delaying. Draining our strategic petroleum reserves. Compromising both our energy and national security. It's not an opinion. This is facts. Begging foreign regimes like Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Venezuela for more oil. Embalming Putin and Nord Stream 2. President Biden's... This is facts, bro. I'm just giving you facts. You want facts? I'll give you facts.
Can I hop in here?
I'm done.
All right, cool. So first of all, you said it wasn't a court order to shut it down, and it destroyed thousands of jobs. So if you look up AP News, U.S. Supreme Court deals blow to Keystone Oil Pipeline Project, it will give you a source, fact-checking my claim, and it rules it correct. So the U.S. Supreme Court handed another setback to the Keystone XL oil sounds pipeline by shutting down the permitting for its production. Then he also made the claim that this would cost thousands of American jobs. So you could just literally look up PolitiFact. The cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline by Joe Biden killed hundreds of jobs and sent gas prices way up. So the first thing that it says is that this would have only costed 35 long-term jobs. And then
This is
also,
energy
it
economy.
couldn't have
You know
sent
what that
gas
is. Look
prices
it up.
up specifically for the reason that it wasn't currently producing oil. So
That's
when it
your
was
opinion.
shut down, it wouldn't have decreased the
You're
oil
entitled to your
supply
opinions.
curve. So it couldn't have increased prices.
And that topic I want to get on. I
Pivot.
respect your opinion. I respect your
Don't
opinion, but I got
pivot.
another topic.
Don't pivot. Respond to what I said. Recognize what I said.
I did. I said you're entitled to your opinion because that's all opinion. This is from energy
No,
commerce. They
no,
cannot
no,
lie.
no. I'm referencing the Supreme Court. I'm also referencing
Energy commerce.
KeystoneXL.com when they say themselves.
Do you know what
Keystone
energy
XL
commerce
says
is?
they
Do you
were
know
not
what
producing.
energy commerce is? You know what that is?
Oh my God. Do you
Look
know
it
what
up.
Keystone XL is?
Yes, sir. I did. I got it right here.
Keystone XL. If you go to KeystoneXL.com, even they say it was only within the production phases and they weren't producing oil yet.
It's still in the building of it. They were still working on.
So
the
then why
pipeline.
did you say that was just my own
They're still
opinion?
working on it.
You said no.
It's
When I
opinion.
said this, you said it was my own opinion.
Because you just stated that they wouldn't produce much oil simply because they were working on the pipeline. Of course, you're not gonna get much oil if you're working on it.
You're not going to
That's
get any oil. And then also,
That's
you
common sense.
also said that it was my
goodness.
opinion that it would have only created 35 jobs. Do you want to know where this is
According
coming
to
from?
this.
Do you want to know where this is coming from? It's
I
coming
want you
from
to
the
look at-
U.S. State Department.
Look up energy commerce. I want you to look that up so you can
Bro,
understand.
I'm
what that
giving you
is.
sources from the own Keystone
Energy
XL
commerce.
company, and I'm
I
giving
even
you
watched it
sources
on
from the
news
U.S.
when it first
State
happened.
Department.
I watched it on the news when it first happened, and then I'm reading this to you as factual. It's all documented, bro. It's documented. You want facts? I give you facts, but you just give me opinions. That's all you're giving me.
I'm giving you opinions when I reference the U.S. State Department.
Energy commerce, plus it's documented in the news when he was first doing it. I watched it on the news when he just depended on canceling the pipeline. And
Also,
he stated in his
just to let you know, what you're referencing is an opinion piece by a Republican committee in Congress.
no, it's not.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. Even Kamala
Look up your
Harris
source.
stated we're stopping all oil production. Even Kamala Harris says, look it up. Even Kamala Harris said we are stopping the pipeline, we're stopping the fracking and all that stuff, and buying it from overseas.
We are producing
She
more
even
oil.
stated this.
We're producing more oil right now here at home in America than any country that has ever existed.
Yeah, but we're not using it. We're getting oil from other countries. It's
Because we're
stated.
predominantly
Look it up, bro.
rely on imports for gas at the pump because it's cheaper. If we would just switch to predominantly
No, it's
relying on
not
logistic,
cheaper.
well, it is cheaper because
Wait.
because of EPA
If it's
regulations.
cheaper, then why are we paying $5 for gas?
India, thank you so
$5
much for the
gas.
love
It's
drop.
cheaper. Then why are we?
Well, I mean, if we were to switch, if we were to switch to only using domestic oil production to like supply gas to individuals here at home in America, we'd actually see higher prices. And the reason that we've seen an
No, we
increase within the price of gasoline at the pump since Biden took
Not your
office
opinion.
was because of a decrease of
Your
the
opinion.
global oil supply. Like Trump particularly brokered a deal with OPEC to reduce the global, like to reduce their output by 10%. And we also saw that we're no longer getting Russia oil because of their invasion of Ukraine.
You're entitled to your opinion because this is America, and you're entitled to your opinion. But I'm giving you
Brother.
facts. You want to deny the facts? That's on you, not me. All right.
Brother.
But I do
So
want to touch on another
So
subject.
first of all, I'd like to respond to that real quick. It wasn't that I was outright denying your claims and just being like, nah. I touched on how your
That's what you
source.
said.
Hey, Hillbilly, just let me speak here real quick. I touched on how your source is a Republican committee and it
That's
was
your
an
opinion.
opinion piece, right? And then I gave you counter sources from the U.S. State Department and the Keystone XL company themselves.
That's what I love about
Thank you so
America.
much
You're
for the
entitled to
galaxy.
your opinion. That's what makes America great.
Hillbilly,
But I want to touch on something else.
Keystone XL disagrees with you. Like, you're making
not going
claims
to
about the
that.
Keystone XL pipeline. They
I just give
disagree
you
with
facts.
you.
I just gave you facts, bro. You
Who
can
should I
deny it all
trust
you
more?
want.
Who should I trust more?
The facts.
Who should I trust more? The
The
opinion of
facts.
Hillbilly. Who should I trust more? The
I'm
opinion
telling
of
you the facts. You're asking me
Hillbilly.
to trust
I'm
more.
in the middle of a
telling you the
sentence.
facts.
Can you stop interrupting me and listen? Who should I trust more? The opinion of Republicans in a committee in Congress, or the company themselves?
Well, let's talk about the opinion of the Democrats. If you want to go into history of Democrats,
I asked you a question. Who should I trust more? An opinion piece by a Republican committee in Congress about the Keystone XL pipeline, or just what it says on the Keystone XL pipeline's website?
I'm going to try to take this slower because I realize you're just a kid. Trust the facts. I don't speak stupid, so I need a translator to explain this to you because I don't speak stupid. All right? Well, I'm trying to do the best I can to go down to your level. Even Kamala Harris said kids from 18 to 24 are stupid. She even said that in an interview.
Is this real life? Are we like experience?
That's facts. I give you facts, bro.
Are we? Hey, Blake, I appreciate
you're voting for a woman that called you stupid.
You're voting for a man that called you stupid.
No, you're voting for Kamala Harris said that kids 18 to 24 are stupid.
Yeah, and Trump said that all Republicans are stupid, so if he was to run for president, he'd run as a Republican.
Kamala Harris said that in an interview, bro. Look it up.
Thank you for the $1 on Venmo saying that this guy called me a child. I know. Yeah, so just to like clarify, particularly the point that Kamala Harris was getting at is that like kids in that age range, 18 through 22, lack life experience, lack knowledge, lack education, and specifically what she was referring to is like, yeah, like I think people in my age range can be quite stupid at times. But like I'm okay with I'm fully
they are stupid. They are stupid.
Hey.
That's why.
Hey, hillbilly, man. Who would you rather take? The lady that said people that are aged 18 through 24 are stupid, or this guy who said all Republicans are stupid, so he would run as a Republican if he wanted to get elected to office. On top of that, he raped a woman. On top of that, he's a felon.
I want to get on that subject.
On top of that, he served as a threat to democracy.
I like to touch on that subject right there.
Also, hillbilly, earlier you said that I'm like a little stupid 19-year-old and you have to get on my level.
I never said that. I never said an age. I never said an age. So if
you said I was a kid.
Quote me. I never said an age. So don't put words in my mouth I didn't say. I know you're a Democrat and you like doing that, but don't do it to me because I'm not Republican.
So what you said was that I'm a stupid little kid.
I never said little. And I never said kid.
I'm a stupid kid.
I never said kid.
Hey, Blake, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Brain cells lost debating hillbilly. Thank you for the love, Blake. I appreciate you for the love. Tris, thank you for the sunglasses.
I never said
And Andrew, thank you for the $19 on Venmo for the 19-year-old stupid kid. I appreciate you for the love.
I never said kid, nor did I say 19.
Yeah, you did. I don't care.
I didn't. I know what I read.
What did you say?
You're stupid. I never said anything about being a kid.
Okay.
I never said 19.
Okay. All right. Whatever. So, yeah, Trump is a rapist. Why do you want to vote a rapist into our Oval Office?
Okay, let's talk about that one. This happened 10 years ago plus. All right? And
No, it happened in 1996.
I said 10 years or plus. I said 10 because I couldn't remember the exact time.
Uh-huh.
But that's even more. And that claim right there was outdated. I can't remember the exact term for that is. But it's outdated and it should never even came to court. And there's a lot of lawyers that stated that they didn't want to do that because there's nothing there.
So if Trump,
let me finish. You cannot say back in 1996 that a guy raped her without no evidence. There was no evidence because there was no video. There was one witness. I mean, there was no true evidence to put him to that crime.
Tristan, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Your question's funny. Do you know what her name was?
I never paid attention to her name because they didn't care.
Do you know what one piece of evidence was that she submitted to the court of law?
There was no sperm. You know how you do that sperm test, rape test? That's what I meant to say, rape test.
I'm asking you if you can. I'm asking you if you know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court.
No,
India, thank you for the money gun.
I watched it once, but that was when it first happened.
Yeah, I just think it's like really like I think that it is like I think it's really like gross and deplorable. Like these like
rape is gross. Rape is sick.
Hey man, I'm talking. Can you control yourself? Thank you. So I think it's really gross and deplorable that we have old decrepit men like you that are denying the experiences of women who didn't just accuse that a man had raped her, but then proved it in court when you don't even know her name and you don't even know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court. right? Her name is E. Jean fucking Carroll, okay? And you have to dehumanize E. Jean Carroll, and you have to turn her into a monolith of the left and be willfully ignorant on the facts of the case to yield your conclusion that Trump is not a rapist. Thank you for the money gun. And I think that is deplorable. You say you stand for law and order, yet you don't stand for a victim who proved her rapist's guilt. You say that you stand for women, but yet you stand for the perpetuation of rape culture. Savannah, thank you so much for the media shower. And India, thank you for the money gun, which only puts women in more harm's way, because what do you think that's going to tell men when we have other individuals like you that accept and adopt other men who were proven in a court of law to be a rapist into their social circles and look up to them like the chosen one? This is going to tell men that those types of actions are acceptable. So even if they go and rape a woman and are proven to have raped them in a court of law, that they won't have any rebounding effect within their social circles. And what do you think this tells victims? What do you think this tells all the victims of rape out there when they say you, a man, speaking harshly and down on this woman who got raped, that proved it in court and still denying her experiences? What do you think all the ones that are going to say that can't afford the lawyer, don't have the hard evidence? They aren't even going to want to speak about it in the first place, because if you don't accept a woman who proved it in court, why the hell would you accept them? All because you don't want to feel like a piece of shit when you ultimately cast your vote for this man in November. Deplorable. And Carrie with another $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. Let's get at least 100 W carries in that chat. Thank you so much. Massive W carries. And Elizabeth, holy shit, thank you for the $50. Let's get 100 W Elizabeths in that chat right now. W Carrie and W Elizabeth. And Katie with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, and Jay with the money gun. I appreciate y'all for the love. Massive W Carrie, massive W Elizabeth, and massive W Katie. Thank you guys so much. But how do you feel about that, hillbilly? Thank you so much, Carrie and Elizabeth and Katie. You guys are so kind.
Can you tell me how old you are, please?
Love.
So I get my facts straight. Okay.
Sammy,
now
thank you for
I'm
the money
saying
gun.
you are a stupid 19-year-old kid. You know nothing. You have nothing.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Now I am saying you are a stupid little kid. I am saying that now. So now you can quote me on that.
1 second.
Because
Katie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Nani, thank you for the Galaxy. And Ethan, thank you for the $1. And James, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Garrett, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Okay.
Buddy, you're right.
Wait. You want to accuse Trump for this rape? Then what was the facts? What is the proof?
I did. 1 second. I want to touch on your statements about me being a stupid little kid. India, thank you for the money gun. And Kay, thank you for the sunglasses. India, thank you for the 2 money guns. Thank you for the love. So here's the thing. You're right. I'm young as shit. I'm 19.
You know nothing.
I know more than you. Yo, Mylon, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mylon. Let's get 100 W Mylons in the chat for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mylon. Massive W Mylons. Thank you so much. Mylon says, slay them. The future's in good hands. I appreciate you so much for your love. I don't deserve that at all. Thank you so much, Mylon. Double you fucking Mylons, guys. But I want to go to just touch on these stupid little kid comments. You're right. I'm young. I lack life experience. I probably lack wisdom as well, and I'm probably going to grow a lot as a person and a lot insofar as what I know over the course of the next 20 years. I may have too large of an ego. I may be too direct in these conversations. I may show my age and be immature at moments. I don't contest any of that. I'm 19 years old. You're right. But where you go wrong is assuming because I'm 19 years old that every single word that comes out of my mouth isn't of value or isn't correct. Like, I think it is absolutely the case that you're willing to look at me, hear the words that are coming out of my mouth, and then when you recognize that you ultimately can't contend with them logically speaking, when you can't grant a rebuttal that makes sense, you just attack my character, demean me, so then you could brush my claims off of your shoulders without looking at them twice. This is the same thing that has been done to so many people throughout the context of history. Why don't we reference members of the LGBTQ plus community advocating for their rights, but then all of a sudden when a homophobe hears them, they say, oh, they're gay, so I'm not going to listen to them. 19-year-old boy on TikTok advocating for what is good, giving you the logic, giving you the fact, oh, he's 19, I'm not going to listen to him.
That's what they said. We're here, we're queer, you support that. We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children. Do you support that?
Oh my God, coming for your children.
Do you support that?
Coming to educate them and make them better people. Hell yeah.
I caught this on video with kids watching Some were half naked, some were completely naked.
Okay.
They paraded. This was video. This documented. We're here. Do you support
Amber,
that?
thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Amber. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Amber.
See,
Okay,
you couldn't even
so
answer my questions. You couldn't answer my questions.
you're still talking.
Well, that proves that
You haven't finished talking. You haven't finished talking. What the fuck do you mean I can't answer your question? You haven't finished talking to allow me to answer.
I'll finish. Talk.
Sure. So
Please.
I don't support being naked in front of children as an adult. Okay? I don't. But see, here's the problem that you and a lot of the other Republicans have. You conflate this lack of support for being naked in front of kids to therefore not supporting everybody who has a non-straight sexual orientation.
What did Biden and Harris do about it?
And it is simply what you are trying to do here is say, because the people that were exposing their genitalia to children were not straight, all of a sudden it's wrong to be not straight. And that's not how it works. Did they take those actions specifically because they aren't attracted to the opposite gender or sex? Or did they take those actions for some other reason?
What did Biden and Harris do about it when this happened? Nothing. Do you support that?
Do I support what specifically? I don't even think that there's
Biden and Harris did nothing about them doing that. That is
Who's
wrong
them?
and immoral.
Who's they? Who's they?
The LGBTQ people did that. We're here. We're queer. We're coming for your kids. Biden administration did nothing.
Okay,
That was wrong. If I was president, I would definitely do something.
So you said that the quote-unquote LGBTQ people are coming for your... How are they coming for your children?
There's a video. I don't know. I watched the video, and it was viral.
Okay, so you don't know how they're coming for their kids? Sharon, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Sharon. Let's get some W Sharons in that chat for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Sharon. Okay, I'm just going to go and fill you in on something. So, what is the point of the LGBTQ plus community? The point of the LGBTQ plus community is to advocate for the general societal acceptance of people who aren't straight and to shift this dynamic where if you're not straight, you're looked at as if there's some trait about yourself that's intrinsically flawed or looked at differently than other people just because of who you're attracted by. And if you want, like, advocation from the LGBTQ plus community to stop, right? If you don't want to see such a presence and outspokenness within individuals about their non-straight sexual orientation, well, then you should become an advocate for the community yourself. Because as soon as it's the case that being straight is looked at no differently than being GAY, and they're just looked at the same way we would compare the color of two different people's eyes, like I'm not going to look at someone differently because they have blue or green eyes, right? That is when the social advocacy for the community will no longer be needed. But until there's equal representation amongst different sexual orientations, until there is the same social acceptance, regardless of who you're attracted to, like advocation for the community will continue to be required. If you don't like it, advocate for it yourself, so we could reach that point in society where they're accepted, and that type of advocation is no longer needed.
Okay, question for you about that. What is Kamala Harris doing about this? Kamala Harris.
Stopping Project 2025. Anything else?
What is she doing about this? This is sick and wrong.
What's sick and wrong?
What they said. What is she doing about people like this who are prayed in the streets saying we're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children, half naked, some naked? What is she doing to prevent this in the future?
I don't even know if what you're saying is like accurate information.
Look it up. You tell me you're smart. You tell me you got this education.
I have a question. Do you think that there's anything wrong with being like lesbian?
My sister's lesbian. My nephew's
Don't
queer.
tokenize your sister. Don't tokenize your neighbor. Answer my question.
I'm getting to that. My point to that is, no, I don't have her. If you want to be a queer, fine. Just don't involve me in it.
Okay, so first of all,
I don't care.
Okay, so yeah, guess what? I will say I'll come for the kids of all the homophobes and keep them away from the societal indoctrination at the hand of their parents, making them shitty people, because that's how people formulate their moral beliefs. I think that we should be coming for all of the children and educating them to be half decent and recognize and respect human rights.
Yeah, I'm sick. You're so sick, man.
I'm so sick. I'm so sick.
It makes me sad because you're this way, and it hurts because my American brothers and sisters out there.
Riley, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. It is so beyond sick to just recognize, uphold, and respect human rights. Crazy. Right? That's insane.
All human rights need to be upheld according to the law. Everybody has their rights. Even the Constitution says all men are created equal, which means it doesn't matter if you're queer or straight or whatever.
I don't like the way that you're saying that just word. Like, stop. Just say a member of the LGBTQ plus community. The way that you're saying that is just like so
First Amendment of the
icky.
Constitution.
Like the way that you're just saying that is like ugh. Just
read the Constitution,
chill.
First Amendment, freedom of speech. Read it.
Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Sid. Thank you so. Let's get some WSIDs in the comment section for the $10 on Venmo. Okay, I'm gonna ask.
First Amendment of the Constitution states you have the right of freedom of speech.
Okay,
these rights will not be infringed upon.
So you agree with it? So you agree with the First Amendment of the Constitution? So do you agree?
I agree with all the amendments.
Do you agree with Trump when he says that it should be federally illegal to burn the American flag, and those that do should be sent to jail for a year?
He never said that.
Yes,
he never said that. That's a lie.
Yes,
That's
he
a
did.
lie.
That's not a lie.
Prove it. What's your facts?
Prove it. Look it
Prove
up.
it.
I'll give you a source.
Trump never
I'll
said
get you a
that.
source. Trump
loves the American flag. Trump loves this country. It was Hamas who went to the Capitol, burned our flag, and put their flag up in its place. You support that?
Just because you're against genocide and innocent people dying doesn't mean that you're pro-Hamas or a part of Hamas. Anyways, so
Hamas wants America dead.
This is coming specifically from The Hill. So Trump, who's previously called for criminalizing burning the flag, scoffed at those who point out it's not illegal to do so. And then, quote unquote, you should get a 1-year jail sentence if you do anything to desecrate the American flag, Trump said. So there's your source. Do you agree with him here?
You finally spoke truth. Thank you.
Oh, wait, but that's unconstitutional. Burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression. This decision is even been upheld by the Supreme Court.
That has always been against the law since way back when.
No, the Supreme Court ruled
decades ago.
It's
always been illegal.
The Supreme Court ruled that this is protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression.
No, it's not. And putting up a Hamas flag,
do you support that? Do you disagree with the Supreme Court ruling?
Do you support that? Putting up a Hamas flag in the place of an American flag? Do you have any love for your country?
That's like a completely fucking separate thing. Just engage in the conversation that we're trying to have here.
It's the same thing. Do you agree with that?
Wait, me asking you if you agree with the Supreme Court's decision that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution.
What Hamas did, what those people did on the Capitol.
So why do you think that burning the American flag shouldn't be protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression?
Do you agree with what they did? Answer my question, I'll answer yours. Do you agree with what they did?
What specifically?
Burning our flag and putting Hamas flag in its place.
Oh, so I don't think that there's anything wrong with burning an American flag.
So you don't care about the fact that all those soldiers died for that flag. Blood was spilled for that flag. My family fought for that flag. And you're telling me that it doesn't matter? It's just an expression? You're a freaking retard. You have no love. You're a communist.
I apologize to you guys for his use of this slur. We're just going to move on. Jesus Christ. Said the quiet part out loud. I apologize for his use of that slur, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to move on to our next guest here. I do just want to say real quick, Riley, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Amber, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Mandy, thank you so much for the $6.66. I really appreciate y'all for your love. Guys, thank you so much. Let's get some massive W donors in that chat. Thank y'all so much. If anyone wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in that bio. Thank you guys so much. What's up? Hey, how old are you?
Hey, I am 60.
Phenomenal. Also, Jamie, thank you for the $7 on PayPal. And Sharon, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate y'all. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, out of the gate, just one question for you. So Trump has a vehemently sexist track record of disrespect, violence, and sexualization towards women and girls. He's just shown an absolute utter disdain for tending to their thoughts, wants, needs, and desires outside of the Oval Office. So how can you effectively expect him to consider them when he's legislating inside of the Oval Office if he was to be reelected?
I really don't care about that. I am a taxpayer. I put myself through college. I worked in the medical field for 18 years. Had a 401k, worked and put all 3 of my children through college without government assistance.
You don't care about our president's ability to tend to the thoughts, wants, needs, and desires of our country?
Excuse me, sir. If you want to be respected, you don't interrupt people, particularly your elders. Okay. You're young. You have been paying taxes for what? 2-3 years if you pay taxes at all. Okay. I've been paying taxes for 45 years. I have seen my tax dollars spent on ridiculous things. Why are we paying for medical care for illegal immigrants when we have people in the United States and many people that I saw come into the hospital that could not afford medical care? And I worked in oncology and I saw these people shuffled around to different places simply because they did not have insurance. And they were born in the United States. Why should an illegal immigrant come into the United States, get a cell phone, get free food, get EBT, which is our tax dollars.
Thank you for the dollar on Venmo.
Which is our tax dollars, my tax dollars that I've worked hard for. And there have been times in my life that I could have used federal assistance. I could have, but I didn't qualify because I had a particular earning potential because of my college degree. Okay, so I asked for help from the government one time in my life and was declined. And I live here, and I was born here, and I was raised here, and I gave birth to my children here, and they got zero assistance. My son did a 4-4 in the Marines, which helped pay for his college. There are ways for people to pay for school. We don't need to pay for, you don't need to take money out of Social Security and hardworking people who pay taxes to pay off other people's student loans. So I don't care if Trump grabbed pussy. I don't care what Trump has said in the past. He, when he was president, has a proven track record. The economy was good. My 401k looked good. My investments look good. We have a president that has destroyed this country in less than 4 years.
Dear Lord. Dear Lord.
No, you're too young. You
Alexis, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Alexis. Let's get some W Alexis's in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Alexis.
You don't have the life experience. I love your passion. Here's what I love about you. Because if you got my attention and I took the time to sit here and watch you, I'm like, this kid might have something. He's passionate. You really are passionate for what you believe, and I think that's wonderful.
Listen. Honestly, I'm so happy that I'm a 19-year-old.
Don't interrupt, hon. Learn some respect. Don't interrupt people.
You got more to say? Okay, you've been talking since you got up here. I just want to engage in what you've been able to say.
I have more to say. You don't have the life experience to be doing what you're doing right now. So get off TikTok. Go live a little bit. Pay taxes. Ask the government for help and not get it.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and respond to literally every single thing you just said there. So so I just want to clarify for you and the other 6,000 people in here. I'm gonna leave the ageism and the internal misogyny for the last point. That's gonna be the cherry on top. So first of all, I'm gonna respond to everything else you said first. So you said that particularly speaking, undocumented migrants are able to come into our country and get things like healthcare benefits.
Illegal. They're illegal.
Hey, it's actually really funny because if you want to specifically classify the undocumented migrants that are here through illegal processes and not processes such as asylum, etc., they don't receive federal health care benefits. In fact, only undocumented migrants who are here through legal processes and meet state income and residency rules can receive federal funding for Medicaid, CHIP, or TANF. So it's funny when the Republican rhetoric works against you. It's just hilarious, and it's not wrong. This is going to be coming from the Immigrants and Medicaid and CHIP Act. So you could look this up. It's coming through this healthcare.gov. Funny enough. Thank you guys for the galaxies. A couple other things. When you're referencing things like being given money for phones, being given things for like food, residency, that's all going to fall down to the state level. That is not something that our federal government or particularly the Biden-Harris administration has their hand within. And I think it's incredibly funny that you are going to tell me that I lack the information, I lack the knowledge, I lack the intellect, or I lack the life experience to absolutely cook you on these issues. It only embarrasses you when I ultimately turn around and destroy it.
God. Baby, you lack the life experience. If an undocumented, as you want to call them, alien goes to an emergency room and doesn't pay the bill, it gets written off as Medicaid. That comes out of your tax dollars, sweetheart, and mine. Okay.
Okay.
You can sit there and try to Ben Shapiro on the liberal side and talk as fast as you can and spit things out of your mouth. But sweetheart, you aren't living life. You don't have the life experience. Go into an emergency room and sit there for 24 to 48 hours and watch how many undocumented aliens come in there and walk in and walk out and don't pay. And that hospital will bill Medicaid, and they will pay. They will pay.
So here's my issue with you. So first of all,
you have an issue with me,
I sure do.
law-abiding, 45-year tax-paying citizen who has supported and paid for everybody on welfare and EBT and all kinds of Obama phones and Medicaid.
Karen, can I talk? Karen, can I talk? Thank you. So
Sweetie, your umbilical cord hasn't even dried up yet. Please.
So did you just concede to getting absolutely intellectually dunked on by a literal fetus that still has their umbilical cord attached?
Honey, you don't speak.
Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Andrew. Andrew says you're an incredibly intelligent guy. Don't listen to her yap. Thank you so much for the love, Andrew. Your $10 means a lot to me. Thank you so much for the love, Andrew.
I will say this: you're incredibly intelligent, and that you're playing the TikTok thing, and you're probably making a little bit of money off of it. But you're really making yourself look very unintelligent and very. Sweetheart, you gotta live a little bit. So
actually, you're making yourself look unintelligent right now because you won't even let me have the mic to respond to the things that you're saying.
Ahead.
I would love to actually be able to respond to what you're saying without being interrupted 3 sentences in.
Go ahead.
Olivia, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. So yeah, thank you. Just once again, I'd like to preface, I'd like to be able to respond to what you're saying without just being interrupted like 3 sentences in.
Okay,
so I mean, I've already responded to your claims about like undocumented migrants being able to seek and have health care. So it's hilarious because your Republican rhetoric actually works against you here because you particularly specified undocumented migrants who are not here through legal processes. Okay, and in order to get covered by Medicaid or CHIP or TNAF, right, as an undocumented migrant, you must be here through legal processes and meet the requirements through state income and residency rules. You're telling me that this is incorrect? No, it's a fact. And my source for this fact is healthcare.gov. I want you to look up coverage. I want you to look up coverage for lawfully present.
At a website. Go to it.
I want you to look up coverage for lawfully present immigrants on healthcare.gov. It will give you the facts. Okay. And then another thing here, I'm sorry I had to mute you because you interrupted me again, right? You also specifically said that these are aliens. These are illegals. So these are words that you apply to humans that are just as valuable and just as deserving as you because you want to dehumanize them and you want to devalue their lived experiences so you have an easier time disenfranchising them and treating them like nothing more than the dirt on the ground without feeling like a piece of shit. This is the same thing that you do to the victims of Donald Trump. You'd say the same thing about the victim that he had raped. You probably don't know her name. You probably don't believe it because you buy into that MAGA narrative. You just disregard her, dehumanize her, treat her like a monolith of the left. And this is the same way that you have responded to other claims that Donald Trump has made that I've already brought up. Like you said, you don't care about Donald Trump grabbing women by the P word without consent if it means he'll do good for the country. No, he's destroyed the country. He tried to undermine our democracy in 2020. He threatened the sanctity of our liberal principles of the peaceful transfer of power, and that's a fact. He threatened the rights of all 170 million American women and girls when he overturned Roe v. Wade, and that's a fact. That disenfranchised the family unit, that's a fact. That increased rates of poverty, decreased levels of education and income and qualities of life, and that's a fact. But you don't want to talk about all that. You just want to up here virtue signal and tell me how terrible these undocumented migrants are. Well, at the end of the day, Donald Trump is costing the low and middle class more money with his tax policy that costs $2 trillion, that over the 10-year lifespan of the bill will decrease the after-tax income for the average working class American while increasing it for the top 1% from normative evaluations from the Tax Policy Center. And that's another fact. Go ahead and unmute that mic.
Oh, yeah, I love it. Okay.
Sorry, I actually got a couple donations. Emily, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Emily. Thank you so much for your support. Let's get some Emily's. Angie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Let's go. Thank you so much for the love, Angie. WFS, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Emily, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Christine, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Megan, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Crystal with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Christina with the $5 on Venmo. Mandy with the $1 on Venmo. Alexis with the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some Alexis's in that chat. Mandy and Kathleen with the $1. Andrew with the $10 on Venmo. Rev with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Ariel with the $5. Lane with the $5. Alexis with another $5. With another $20. Sorry. Thank you for the love. Blake with a $1. Sid Jones with the $10. Riley with the $5. Amber with the $15. Thank you so much for the love, Amber. Y'all are going crazy. This was all just from like the last 5 minutes. And Acai with the $50 on Venmo. That is ISAI. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. That's crazy. And Savannah with the $70 on PayPal. Holy shit. Oh my God. Savannah, thank you so much for the $70 on PayPal. Cynthia with the $15 on PayPal. And Laurel with the $25 on PayPal. Holy shit. Yo. Thank y'all so much. Just W everybody, but especially W Savannah for the $70 on PayPal. That's fucking insane. W everyone, W donors. You guys are crazy. And Mark, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Mark. But please go ahead, respond to my claims.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so excited you decided to stop talking because just about done putting my makeup on, getting ready to go to a movie. Can I get a thumbs up from everybody in the chat that is for Trump 2024? Let me see those thumbs up. Trump 2024. Let me see them. Come on. Okay. Let's see it. Come on. Let's see. Come on. Let me see it. Trump up, 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 up. Let's see. Okay. All right.
You know who?
All right. So I'm gonna answer you, but since you had to do your little childish screaming and yelling, I had to have my moment. My 60-year-old moment. Okay,
you know who you sound like?
Don't interrupt me.
No, this is who you sound like. I just want to show you who you sound like.
All right. I've seen this earlier today. You did this earlier today.
How do you feel about that?
This is it. You did this earlier today. You did that earlier today. I've seen that show, kiddo. All right, so here's what I'm going to tell you. All right? I'm going to tell you until you have lived 45 years and paid taxes and you have seen your tax dollars spent on everything to support everybody else but middle class America, until you have seen your father have to train a Mexican because all the jobs left the country. My father had to train somebody to do his job that was moving to Mexico because the Clintons did a NAFTA deal. And if you want to do journalism, then you do journalism. Research how many hospitals and how many emergency room bills are billed to Medicaid by illegal aliens. Don't sit on your hot little buns in a chair in front of a computer and read things on the internet. Go to every hospital in your county, in your state, and go in there and ask them, hey, how many illegal immigrants come in? How much gets billed to Medicaid? I work in the medical field. I know the numbers.
Sasha, thank you for the $11 on PayPal. Chelsea, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. And Christina, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. W, Sasha, Chelsea, and Christina, thank you guys so much. Okay, a couple things here. So first of all, the whole like Trump 2024 thing, you kind of sound like this lady named Karen that I interviewed on my main account. You sound exactly like her. And then
right,
secondly,
baby, I gotta go. I got a movie to go to. I got a life to live. Listen though, I do want to leave.
Felicia, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Felicia. Thank you so much.
I do want to say this. I admire that you're passionate about something because being passionate about something is a good thing.
Can I leave you with the last thing?
I do implore you to grow up a little bit, be a little bit more mature, be able to really debate, not just, hey, listen, you have a lot of potential to do
Yeah, you're just gonna hit the road, and after you say this, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you my piece, okay? So I muted your mic, no one can hear you, it's not worth it to try to speak, all right? I'm gonna go ahead and speak real quick. So a couple of things here. You're right, I'm half your age, I'm twice as wise. I'm smarter than you'll ever be, that's a fact. I get this every single day about, oh, you're 19. Sure, I may be immature, I'm 19. Sure, I may not have as much knowledge as I will in the future, I'm 19. I have a lot of room to grow, I'm not denying that. But what I'm absolutely contesting is the fact that just because I'm 19 doesn't mean I don't know my shit and can't cook you on every single thing that you could possibly bring up relative to the 2024 election, and that's a fact. Another thing here, I want to point it out, you are a harm to all 170 million American women and girls in the context of the U.S. You are a harm to all marginalized communities that currently exist in our country, and you are a harm to the country in of itself due to Donald Trump posing a great threat to democracy. So I absolutely do not stand for your rhetoric that somehow you have the moral soapbox, you have the high ground, you have the moral justification for what you're saying, and I am the immature little boy. That is false. Very far from it. You contort reality to fit your narrative, and in doing so you disregard the facts. You do not have the knowledge that is required to cast a vote with good reason in November, and I wish that you would hear me out for what I have to say, because I want you to sit on the right side of history. No one is lost, no one is too far gone. You just have to open your ears and consider what I have to say. But you gotta go to a movie, go get that shit. Go get that shit. We're going to move on to our next guest here. I appreciate y'all for the confetti. I also appreciate you guys for all the insane love that y'all have been showing today. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you guys so much. If you're voting for Trump, just let me know in the chat. We're going to go and load up our next guest, Brian. Everyone just give us a minute. I really appreciate everyone for your love on the Venmo, PayPal. Y'all have been going like absolutely fucking insane today. I'm so grateful for y'all. Suzanne, thank you so much for the $2 on PayPal. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here, guys. So everyone just give us a minute. Everyone just do be patient while we get our next guest. We're going to go ahead and try to load Ryder in here. Thank y'all all so much. Kayla, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. And Sally, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Sally. Let's get some massive W Sallys. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. We're still trying to load up in our next guests. I don't know what's going on right now. We're still just kind of having some issues here. What's up, Matthew? How old are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19. Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Our economy was insanely better. Gas prices were insanely lower.
Yeah, so how did Trump cause gas prices to be lower, or on the flip side, how did Biden cause them to be higher?
Have you looked at all the facts?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you for those facts. Like, what legislation, what bill or executive order did the Biden-Harris administration influence to get passed that caused gas prices to go up? Okay, he just left. He hadn't looked at the facts. Runner! We're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. I go live every single day and have these good conversations. So let's go ahead and get our next guest. We got a runner. A patriot running away with her tail in between their legs. Everyone, give us a minute to get our next guest up in here. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Indubitably so. All right, guys, if you're MAGA, honestly, just let me know in the chat. I'd love to just pull people up from the chat instead of the queue. Makes live go a little bit easier. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are still just trying to get our next guest up in here, loading up everybody we can. What's up, Matt? How old are you? Oh, what the fuck happened to Matt? Matt, re-request. I don't know what happened, brother. Kayla, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I wasn't expecting this. I'm 26, but I'm also, I'm not from America. I'm Canadian.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up. However, I am just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump, which would require you be a U.S. citizen. Thank you so much for coming up, though. Guys, everyone, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 700,000 likes, y'all. So make sure that we're double tapping. Make sure that we're sharing out this live with a couple friends. Y'all already know. Moving on to our next guest. If you're in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. You all already know. Moving on to our next guest, guys. Looking for our next debate and may take a minute. What's up, Jack? How old are you?
18.
And how long do you expect me to believe that for?
I'm 18.
Really? What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
March.
You know what? I'll let it slide. Are you voting for Trump?
Of course.
Okay, why so?
Well, life was just better under Trump, you know, better economy, lower gas prices, less illegal immigrants crossing in. No wars were started under Trump's presidency. Just everything was better.
So, I mean, we're just going to go in and debunk all that. So, Turkish-Kurdish war was a war that started under Trump's presidency by us pulling out of Kurdistan. We also had the Yemen genocide, and we had a proxy war with Russia and Syria. So, debunked about the undocumented migration over the southern border. It is the case that after Biden's executive order, crossings have fallen 55%, putting us at lower levels than we were experiencing at the same time under Trump's presidency. Debunked. You should also blame the higher levels of undocumented migrants crossing the southern border on Trump, like he told you to at his rally when he called the Republican lawmakers in the House and the Senate for the last 2 years and told them to vote against the 2 proposed bipartisan border bills to decrease the amount of migration across the southern border. Debunked. Okay, and when you're referencing the economy, how specifically did the Biden-Harris administration cause the economy to be worse? We'll start with gas prices. How did they cause gas prices to increase?
Well, Biden, like first week he was in office, he made the mistake of shutting down the Keystone pipeline, which would have allowed us to be more dependent on our own oil rather than getting it from other countries. So
hey, it's funny that you say that. So the Keystone XL pipeline, it's like you're saying like more dependent on our own oil rather than getting it from other countries. The Keystone XL pipeline was Canadian owned. Do you know that? And the only reason he shut it down was because of a order from the Supreme Court. Did you know that? And did you know we're actually producing more oil here at home in the U.S. now than any country that has ever existed? Ever? Did you know that? Christopher, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W. Christophers in that chat for the $10. And Alexis, thank you so much for the $5.
Well, we could still be fracking much more than we are right now. We have so much oil in Alaska that we're just not using.
Okay. The U.S. is producing more oil than it ever has been. Than any other country in the world, too. That ever has existed, too. And
we can
the
still
lands in
frack
Alaska,
more. Like, we can
the lands
still
in
frack
Alaska
more.
that you're, so the lands in Alaska that you're referencing, right, that we could use for fracking, those are nature reserves.
Okay, so
you're saying that even though we're producing more oil here at home in America than we ever have been before, as well as in comparison to any other country that has ever existed, we should still decimate nature reserves to get more?
Well, Americans are struggling with the cost of living and gas prices, so I think that would be a fair solution at this point.
It's not a fair solution because the amount of domestic drilling we do has a negligible impact on our gas prices because we predominantly rely on the imports of foreign oil, right? Because it costs less to import it than it does to produce and use here at home in the US. Also, the reason we see higher gas prices isn't because of the Biden-Harris administration, but it's rather because of a decline in the global supply of oil as it is a global market. One of the reasons why we've seen a decrease in the global supply is because Trump brokered a deal with OPEC to decrease their output by 10%, which drove up prices. Also, we're no longer getting Russian oil because of their invasion of Ukraine. It has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. They've actually dealt with it quite well.
Yeah, I do agree a lot of it has to do with the Russia-Ukraine war, but I feel that we could be maybe fracking a little more, like as a temporary solution before, the war ends, just to lower the prices a bit.
We're producing more oil than we ever have been. Like, I don't know. I don't know if like, how like serious that is. You're saying that we need to drill more and Biden's doing something wrong by not drilling more. Out of any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth, the U.S. right now is producing more oil.
Okay. I mean, I understand that we're producing more oil than any other country, but that's also just because we're bigger.
We're also producing more oil than we did under Trump's administration because the Biden-Harris administration has approved more drilling permits. And no, we are not the biggest country in the world.
All right, well, answer this. If we're producing so much oil, why do we still need oil from other countries? We shouldn't need to depend on other countries for any oil.
Well, we don't actually need to, but the reason we predominantly rely on imports for the oil we use is because it would cost significantly more if we were to cut off foreign imports. If we only relied on our domestically produced oil here at home in America for gas at the pump, you'd see a great increase of gas at the pump and the price of gas at the pump.
All right.
How do you feel about the fact that Trump is a rapist?
Well, obviously, grape is a terrible thing, but first off, I don't see enough convincing evidence to make that assumption. And
really, so he was proven in a court of law, civil court, held civilly liable for grape, yeah, by a jury of 9 peers unanimously after 2 years of deliberation, provided given a preponderance of evidence.
Okay, but I'm more interested personally in debating policy rather than Trump's criminal charges, or civil, not even criminal, civil.
Yeah, sure. Just disregard the fact that he's a rapist. Real smart. What's one policy that the Biden-Harris administration has influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
Well, one thing that I really disagree with is the continued money we are sending to Ukraine, because I feel like we're just honestly throwing the money away. We're just adding fuel to the fire.
No, we're not. We're sending them money and weapons because of the Budapest Memorandum.
Yeah, but this war is not going anywhere. It's been dragging on for over 2 years now, and more lives are just being lost. And we're just wasting American taxpayer money.
Well, it's actually not wasting American taxpayer money. We are obligated to do so because of the Budapest Memorandum, which funding Ukraine therefore puts America first. Because if we disavow that contract we have with them, they'll just make us seem unreliable, and we probably wouldn't be able to entertain countries like Iran or North Korea into similar denuclearization agreements. Also, I don't know what your deal is with government spending here. The Biden-Harris administration has spent less money than the Trump administration did. $8.4 trillion in national debt under Trump, $4.6 trillion added to the debt under Biden. And then, yeah, I don't understand why you'd say things such as the fact that Trump is a rapist or a felon is going to be irrelevant to your decision to vote for him. Like, would you vote for someone that was held legally responsible for grape?
I mean, well, honestly, I feel like Kamala would be very damaging for our country. I mean, she's a far left extremist. I would even call her a socialist, and I just can't, like...
Hey, what's socialism?
What's socialism?
Yeah.
Well,
no clue. Right?
What?
Just, if you don't know what socialism is, you can just tell me.
It's far left extremism, like, it's the government...
But what's socialism?
Well... Isn't it like where, I mean, it's a broad,
No,
well,
what's socialism?
It's hard to define, but...
It's not hard to define. What's socialism?
Kind of like the government ensuring that all its citizens have basic needs, but, I mean, it's much more complicated than that, but that would be
that's actually not true, like, at all. Like, I'm literally telling you that, like, social security nets have absolutely nothing to do with socialism. Socialism is a government or societal structure in which the workers own the means of production. That is all socialism is. We live in a capitalist country. How the hell could a politician running for the president of a country where private entities can own the means of production be a socialist?
I mean, maybe a socialist is a bit of an extreme term, but she is too far left. I mean,
why?
Well, just her policies, you know.
What's one policy?
Increased taxes, increased regulations on corporations. Just, you know.
Wait, so would you say that, like, increasing the taxes on individuals making over $400,000 a year insofar as not having our current tax policy serve as a detriment to the middle class by footing a bill of $1 trillion on the American taxpayer for a 0.01% increase in our GDP, further increasing trickle-down economics, which means that workers are not paid wages for increases in productivity, is too far left? Like, just ensuring that everyone is paying their fair share, ensuring that we do not continue the perpetuation of trickle-down economics, ensuring that we're not paying trillions of dollars for small increases in our GDP by predominantly granting most tax cuts to the top 1%. That's too far left.
I mean,
You say now. The reason that I asked you what socialism is, the reason that I asked you what is one of her policies that's too far left is because I know that you don't know, and I know the only reason you call her too far left, the only reason you call her socialist, is because that's what Donald Trump says. You understand that there's no critical thought involved in the process there. There's just kind of like two rocks clacking together in your brain, and that's kind of how it works. Donald Trump says, therefore true. That's what happened with the 2020 election being rigged. That's what happened with the Biden controlling the DOJ to unfairly persecute a political opponent. Now that's what's happening with labeling Kamala a socialist. Like, come on, please.
Hey, well, I'm just ideologically conservative, and I think like she's not even moderate. She's just too far left. I mean,
yeah, but you can't tell me how this is reflected within her policy. Like, what is one policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed in the last 4 years, or influenced to get passed, that was just too far left? Name one.
Well, I would say that Biden is definitely more moderate than Kamala, but I mean, I wouldn't say Biden is as far left as Kamala, so I mean, I don't know. Okay,
and then also, do you know, they call her too far left, right? Because when she was in the Senate, right, she was ranked by like some like website as being the farthest left senator, right, in the Senate. I have a question. What is the most democratic state in America?
I would say California.
Okay, and as a senator, are you supposed to represent the wants, needs, and desires of your voter base?
Yes.
And what state was Kamala Harris a senator for?
California. Well,
so she's going to represent the wants, needs, and desires of the most far left voter base, as you told me with your own words.
Hey, well, look at California. I mean, just look at the cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles, like the drug issues. I mean, California is like an awful state.
Right. And I would love to know how you think she is going to turn the rest of America into such an awful place by demonstrating me like proposed policy. Like, honestly, I'm looking at her run for presidency. I'm seeing the reinstitution of Roe v. Wade to protect and uphold a women's rights to get health care for all 170 million American women and girls. I'm looking at the ban of AR-15s to keep our children safer by banning war guns. I'm looking at the policy passed by the Biden-Harris administration, which, by the way, J.D. Vance said Biden's track record was Kamala's, like the PACT Act investing $800 million into our VA healthcare benefits, expanding them to over 1 million new veterans, looking at the infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into building new infrastructure here at home in America. I'm looking at the Chips and Science Act to bring 20% of global production chips here at home in America by 2030. Do you disagree with any of these policies?
I mean, I disagree with most of them.
So why do you disagree? So which one of those policies do you particularly disagree with? Like, what's one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you definitely disagree with?
Well, as I said before, sending money to Ukraine.
Okay, I mean, well, first of all, that's not going to be like a standalone policy, and I kind of already explained to you why it is good to support Ukraine. But I was more referencing like others, like such as the Inflation Reduction
Another
Act,
issue is
bill,
Harris and Biden haven't done much. I mean, there's not really many policies to discuss. I mean, it's really a failed administration.
So name one policy that they influenced to get passed besides funding for Ukraine.
I mean,
how do you know they haven't done much if you don't even know what they've done?
The student debt thing? I know they proposed that. I'm just not sure if it was passed.
So, you don't even know what they've done, but they haven't done much. So the Biden-Harris administration.
Done much. I mean.
So you're wrong. The Biden-Harris administration has passed one of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. Chips and Science Act, bringing 20% of the global chip production here at home in America by 2030, when we're currently producing 0%. Inflation Reduction Act, investing millions of dollars into long-term investments in renewable energy resources to reduce inflation long-term. Right? Infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into infrastructure here at home in America, generating new jobs. Approving 50% more drilling permits for oil here at home in America, making us the world's leading power, all throughout consideration of all states, countries that have ever existed for production of oil. Like, we could also reference like so many things here, and you're telling me that they haven't done much. They've done a lot. We also had the quickest global rebound from the inflation and economic distress onset by the pandemic out of any other country in G7. Right, because of like their response to it. But real quick, Beatrice, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Holland, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W Hollands in that chat for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Ryan, thank you for the $1. And Shannon, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for the love, Shannon. Massive W Shannons in that chat. And Christopher with the $10. Thank you so much. And then Alexis with the $5. Thank you all so much. W's for the donors in the chat. Go ahead, Zach. Tell me why you want to grape us in the Oval Office. How do you feel about him electing the 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade?
I think it's a great thing.
So why is stripping the rights and access to healthcare away from women that live in these 23 states where it's been taken away or restricted a great thing? Why is putting all 170 million American women and girls access to healthcare on the line a great thing? Why is destroying the family unit a great thing? Tell me.
Well, I'm a Christian. I'm pro-life, and I believe in the right of a baby to live.
Oh, because of your Christian ideals? So here's the thing.
No, it's not even about religion, just morally. Is it right to kill a baby?
Okay, but you understand that your morality is going to be an extension of your Christian values. Like, I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, you don't necessarily have to be religious to be moral.
So yeah, why are you pro-life?
Because, as I said, I believe that the fetus should be able to live. I mean, the baby.
Why?
Because it's a living being.
Oh, it's a living being? Are cows living beings?
What?
Are cows living beings?
It's different. It's a human versus an animal.
Oh, it's a human. Brain dead patients. They're human and they're alive. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug?
Well, if they really don't have a chance to live, then I guess there's no other choice. But
so all of a sudden you don't care about humans and alive. Do you think that women with IUDs...
no chance to live. If you're a fetus, you have a chance to live, right?
Oh, so true. Do you think that women... Well, first of all, let me ask you this. When does life begin?
At conception.
So would you say that women with IUDs, which is a form of birth control, are murderers? Because in some instances, the IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a human life there, but then it will prevent this unicellular zygote from implanting into the uterine lining, essentially starving it to death?
If I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not too knowledgeable about IUDs. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know much about them.
But I just told you all that's relevant here, because you said that you care about like the fetus because it's a human, it's alive, and it has.
Yes, based on what you just said. Yes.
So is a unicellular zygote human?
Yes.
Is this human alive?
Life begins at conception.
So it is alive. So you'd say that a woman is a murderer if she engages in intercourse while she has an IUD, correct? Because she kills an alive human.
I mean, I would consider it a form of birth control. Like, it's just a whole different thing.
I mean, what's the difference between the mother, like, killing the unicellular organism and someone walking up behind me with a pew-pew and blowing my brains out? Because under your worldview, you're basically saying that, like, all human life is equal. You associate just as much value with the life of a fetus or a unicellular, like, zygote as you would with, like, you and I, right? Like, you don't think that the fetus in a mother's womb is any less valuable than you or me, right?
They have the same value.
Yeah, so you'd say the same thing about the unicellular zygote after the moment of conception, true?
True.
So you associate them to have the same value, and the mother with her IUD intentionally kills it by not allowing it to implant into the uterine lining. Is she a murderer?
Well, would you consider the baby conceived at that point?
Yes, that's after conception. Is she a murderer for intentionally killing a unicellular zygote that has just as much value as you and I, according to your worldview?
I mean, it's complicated. I mean...
It's not.
I mean, I think abortion is wrong, okay?
That's not what I'm asking you. Are women with IUDs murderers?
I mean, I just don't know much about that topic, if I'm going to be honest.
I told you all the relevant information, but you're not going to answer the question. Okay, one other question from me. Would you be okay with, like, very strict gun control if you knew for certain that it would save more innocent lives of children?
Well, I support the Second Amendment.
So your answer is no, right?
I believe in less gun control, yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't support gun control even if you knew it would save more innocent lives?
Well, I believe that everyone has the
yes or
right
no,
to have a
please.
gun and protect themselves.
Okay, so your answer is no, you wouldn't support it even if you knew it would save more innocent life of children, correct?
Well, how do you know that?
I'm asking you if we knew it for sure.
If we knew 100% as a fact that it would save lives, then yes, I mean.
Yeah, so you still think that individuals should have the right to own a gun even if you knew it would save like innocent life. So why?
Guns also save lives, though, like in the cases of self-defense.
Yeah, so I get it. But you wouldn't support, your right to own a firearm being taken away even if it meant saving innocent life. But then you turn around and you expect women to give up their right to health care and bodily autonomy because it'll save innocent life. So what it seems like here is you like the tyranny of the man, and you're completely okay with stripping away the rights of the woman because it saves innocent life in accordance with your values. But then as soon as we introduce the idea that taking away your right to own particular firearms would also save innocent life, all of a sudden you believe in the absolute right to own a gun. Well, why can't I uphold a similar view here and just say, well, I believe in the absolute right to bodily autonomy? Like, then I don't even need to have the conversation with you if that life is innocent, if that life is valuable. I'm going to treat a woman's right to get an abortion the same way you treat your right to own a gun.
I mean, I believe they're two very different things. One is like the life of a baby, and one is protecting yourself.
No, because remember what we said, you wouldn't support gun control even if you knew it would save more innocent child lives, right? And the thing here is, you giving up that right would save the lives of more innocent children, just like you think a woman giving up her right to get an abortion would save the lives of more innocent children. I don't even need to tell you why your view on abortion is absurd. I don't even need to tell you why you don't have any reason to value the life of a fetus. I don't even need to get into that conversation because the hypocrisy is point blank period clear. I can tell you that you're right. I can tell you that the fetus growing within inside of the mother's womb is just as valuable as you and me, and you still have a contradiction within your stance, because if you're not willing to give up your right to own a gun and that would save the lives of children, why should you expect all 170 million American women and girls to do the same about their access to health care?
I still don't think it's a comparable. I mean,
So the counter argument is nuh-uh?
I mean, I don't really know what point you're trying to get across to me.
It's abundantly clear to everyone in chat. Why isn't it clear to you?
Because the two topics have absolutely nothing to do with each other.
Sure it does. I explained it a couple times, but real quick, Holland, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Holland. Let's get some massive W Hollands in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Holland. W Hollands. I want to see 150 W Hollands in that chat. And Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Cassie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Let's get some W Cassies down below. And Beatrice, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you for the love. Elizabeth with the $5 on PayPal. Y'all are so kind. I appreciate you guys so much for the love, but keep those W Hollands rolling, baby. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've demonstrated the point here, right? So not only do you have a lack of knowledge insofar as why you think abortion is wrong, you can't explain how your position would lead to this idea that women shouldn't be able to get abortions, well, without it leading to the idea that women who have an IUD are literal murderers and should be sent to jail. But on top of that, you can't explain the hypocrisy within you placing this expectation on women to lose a right, that being to health care, if it were to save
all right. I'll make
but then you wouldn't want to lose your right to own a gun, even if it would save innocent life.
Okay, I support abortion if the woman's life is threatened, or in the case of rape. Those are the only two exceptions I support.
Erica, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W Ericas in the chat for the $30 on Venmo. Massive W Ericas, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Erica, for the $30. And India, thank you for the mystery fireworks. Yeah, so I mean, I think that pro-life legislation is devastational to the family unit. It shifts the family focus from being well-positioned adults, financially well-off, that desire to start a family, that desire to raise kids because they want them, to these young 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls that are fucking for fun, being forced into starting a family because the state is forcing the woman to provide her bodily resources to a cellular life form for the next 9 months without her consent. It's also devastational for our economy. It increases rates of poverty. It decreases levels of education and income, and it decreases overall qualities of life by forcing unwanted children into unready households. And you're going to come up here and tell me that the reason that the rights of half of our population should be taken away is because of your religion. I don't see the difference between...
I didn't say it was because of my religion. I said it's because of morality.
Yeah, what dictates your morality?
Well, Isn't it just common sense that it's not morally right to take away the life of a baby?
It was common sense 300 years ago that it wasn't morally wrong to own a slave.
I mean, of course slavery is wrong.
So common sense doesn't determine morality. Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. You're taking away the life of a baby.
Same shit we do when I go to the supermarket and buy a half pound of meat, taking away the life of a cow. I value life that's conscious, that's sentient.
Well, are you a vegetarian?
Nani, I appreciate you for the money gun. No.
Are you a vegetarian?
I'm not a vegetarian because I also value the particular human aspect in conjunct with a consciousness and sentience more so than I'd value the life of a cow. But I have been considering veganism. I won't lie. I've been deliberating that back and forth. But my point here is I don't think that there's absolutely any justification for forcing a conscious, sentient mother to provide her bodily resources to a unicellular life form, a multicellular at some point life form that doesn't exhibit those same traits. Because what we value is unique subjective experiences. And a fetus until 24 weeks lacks those unique subjective experiences, and they only gain the ability to deploy them at 24 weeks with the thymocortical connections. There is no articulatable reason why I should value any life form prior to that point, especially, right, value it over the mother.
Well, as I said earlier, I do think abortion's okay if the woman's life is threatened.
Yeah, but we're talking about the 99% of women who seek abortions for elective purposes simply because they don't want a fetus growing within their uterus. I think that all women, regardless of their age, regardless of their reasoning, should be able to seek health care. And I absolutely will thank you for holding a position that allows for exceptions for victims of rape, because that is important, absolutely. But now you got to take the next step and say, well, no one woman is deserving of more health care than another, right? Even if their particular circumstances may be less desirable, such as victims of rape. Okay, and that's the truth. That's the hard truth. Do you have anything else that you want to go over here before I move on to my next guest?
What else could we talk about? How about we talk about what didn't we cover? The border wall.
Oh, the border wall. Yeah. So do we have a border crisis right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, 1 second. Nicole, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Nicole. And Brandy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get some W Brandies going in that chat. Thank you for the $20. And Jack, thank you for the $5. And Riley, thank you so much for the $5. Massive W Brandy for the $20 though. Jack and Riley, I appreciate y'all so much for the love. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. So yeah, you said that we currently have a crisis at our southern border. Would you say that we had a worse crisis at the southern border at the end of Trump's term because we have less crossings today as we did then?
Well, yes, there's more border crossings now than there were under the Trump presidency.
No, Julie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Julie says to vote blue. Absolutely, Julie. Thank you so much for the $20. Massive W, Julie, in the chat. No, after Biden's executive order, we saw crossings decrease 55%, putting us at lower rates today than we had in January of 2021 at the end of Trump's term.
Okay, well, the reason for the increase in border crossings at the end of Trump's term was the pandemic. But if you look at...
I appreciate you for the glowing jellyfish.
If you look at the numbers...
Justin! Holy shit! Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Justin. Let's get at least 100 W Justins for the $50 on Venmo. Holy crap, you guys have just been going insane today. Thank you so much for the love, Justin. I want to get at least 100 W Justins in that chat. Thank you so much for that love, man. Massive W Justins down below. Man, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I feel bad. I just had to thank Justin there. Go ahead, Jack. My bad.
Well, when did you see those increase in numbers?
Yeah, so I mean, we actually particularly saw the numbers remain relatively stagnant at the end of Trump's term, kind of hovering around the 2,400 daily crossings, which we're actually lower than that right now at about 22 through 2,300 daily crossings. Another point that should be pointed out, Winter, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for best debater, vote blue. Absolutely, Winter. Let's get some W Winters in the chat for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Winter. W Winters. So I think that we have had a little bit of a crisis over the course of the last couple of years. You should blame it on Trump. You want to know why?
Yeah, I'd love to know.
Because he told you to at one of his rallies. As early as 2.5 years after Biden assumed office, we had bipartisan border legislation on the House floor to end the crisis. Trump called the Republican lawmakers in the House and the Senate, told them to vote against it because he didn't want to let the Democrats get a win, turned around and said at one of his rallies to blame the border bills failing on him.
Yeah, well, Trump wanted to build the wall during his presidency, but he couldn't get the funding.
Okay, so that's because he's a liar and a fraud. He told the American people that he was going to build a wall between us and Mexico and stick the bill to them. He failed, built less than 20%. Additionally, he said that he's going to pass an infrastructure bill through Congress. It took 4 years, didn't get shit done. Then Biden got it done in his first year with a better split in Congress than him.
Well, do you think if the wall was built, there would be less illegal immigration than there is now?
Well, I think there would be less illegal immigration because, fun fact here, the wall was set back a few feet from the border, so undocumented migrants could walk up to the wall, be on U.S. land, and claim asylum without crossing over it. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Right? But it's like the fact is he never got it done. There's a really fun fact about the wall right there. Something else here, though. I think that there's a really important question that needs to be answered from a couple comments that you haven't answered so far. So first of all, you told me that you didn't care about the fact that he'd raped someone. Second of all, you didn't care about the fact that he overturned Roe v. Wade. You don't really seem to care about the thoughts, wants, needs, and desires and opinions of half our population, that being the women and the girls. How do you expect Trump to effectively legislate in the Oval Office, caring not only for the thoughts, wants, needs, and opinions of men, but also women, when he has done everything but care about them in his past? He has a vehemently sexist, misogynistic track record. He sexualized a 5th grader saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said that he likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word. He doesn't even ask first. He particularly walked into the changing rooms of half-naked teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he owned the place, then boasted about it to Howard Stern on Sirius XM. He said that he'd date his daughter if he wasn't his daughter, said that his own daughter was voluptuous. Howard Stern called his daughter a piece of ass, and he said yes. He said that the only thing he has in common with his daughter is sex when she said real estate and golf. He was also held civilly liable for the grape of E. Jean Carroll. How are you expecting this man to effectively legislate for the thoughts, wants, needs, and feelings and opinions of women in the Oval Office when he's completely disregarded them in the past?
Well, I mean, where's your evidence for all of that?
Which claim?
All of them.
Name one.
I mean, that he said those things. Were there recordings? I mean, or did someone just say that he said those things?
No, I could literally give a very strong source, predominantly recordings of him speaking for everything I just said. You'll just have to tell me what specifically you want to hear.
I mean, the stuff he said in the locker room, how about that?
Well, you know it. What do you mean, the locker room?
Isn't that what you said? Something about the...
Oh, the change rooms of teen girls at Miss Teen USA.
Yeah.
Debbie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Debbie. Thank you so much. Let me go and pull that up real quick. Trump, Howard, Stern, Miss Teen USA. All right, we'll go ahead and pull it up here.
Well, he's been busy in other activities too. It
There
turns
we
out
go. I just gotta go to find the clip.
Miss USA pageant that he was running.
It's like a whole piece on it, so I have to find the clip.
The campaign it was Donald Trump.
Okay. Fuck. Here. How about, I was going to play a clip of it. I think what's going to be better to reference here is because I don't have it already pulled up. I know that Parker does. If Parker was on here, he could just play it. What you could do is you could just look up Trump inspecting changing rooms of teen girls, Miss Teen USA. And I mean, you'll have things from the Rolling Stone, the Independent, the Hill, People, everything will pop up. It's like very well known that this is something he's done.
Okay, well, let me say one thing. Didn't Joe Biden and Bill Clinton both have sexual abuse allegations also?
Yeah. So Joe Biden was accused of SA by Tara Reid, a lady who lied, perjured herself in a courtroom, then fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign. Would you say that, I don't know, E. Jean Carroll, keeping a consistent narrative and proving Trump's guilt in a court of law is going to be more credible than someone that lied, perjured themselves, fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign?
I mean, I don't know, honestly. I mean, I have no way of knowing whether what's her name? E. Jean Carroll's allegations were true. I mean,
they weren't allegations.
I have no way
they were
of knowing that
proven in court.
100%.
They weren't allegations. They were proven in court.
Okay.
So it's not an allegation. It's a proven fact.
Right, I understand that, but I still think that Kamala Harris would be more damaging for this country, so I would not...
You haven't given me any good reason to believe that. Honestly, man, you're just up here, like, fun. Is there anything else that you want to, like, add on here before I move on to the next guest?
I mean, no, I feel like we've covered enough ground, honestly.
All right, appreciate you for coming up, Jack. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're going to go ahead and pull up our next guest at this point, guys. And specifically, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are my bio. All right, I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. It greatly supports me, and I appreciate everyone who's already shown love today. Y'all have been going crazy. We're going to move on to our next guest here. What's up, Tiny Dancer? How old are you? Tiny Dancer, hello. Our Tiny Dancer isn't here. Keep spamming MAGA in the chat if you want to be brought up. Keep spamming MAGA in the chat if you want to be brought up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get our next guest. That 70s chick, I invited you up. Well, actually, I need to get some people out of the queue, then I'm going to invite you up. That 70s chick, I would love for you to come up and talk. I sent you an invitation. That 70s chick, I sent you an invitation to join. Please join. Please join. Also, guys, do double tap on that phone screen. Do share that live. Y'all already know. Yeah. We're going to move on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute here. Let's go and see what Kevin has to say. Oh, it looks like that 70s chick may be loading in. Let's see if she loads in. Please, please, please. That 70s chick, hello. How old are you? Well, you're
Hey, I'm 52.
Yeah, I bet you're of age. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
All right, why so?
Pardon?
Yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
I think that Trump did a good job on his first term.
Okay. Yeah.
I was pleased with what he did.
Really? Can you name like one policy that he influenced to get passed that you agree with?
I just felt like he has the best interest. He didn't accept a salary.
Okay. Con, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Con. Let's get some W Cons in that chat. Thank you so much. And Debbie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get some massive W Cons and Debbies in that chat. Thank you all so much. So you can't name one policy that he influenced to get passed, right?
Well, I just felt like, for one thing, I felt like we were prospering better. Let me just say this, and I don't have a whole lot to say other than as a 52-year-old woman who has been around a while and seen a lot of politics, I can say that I personally led a better life under Trump. And the reason being is because I made more money and I spent less. Now there are times in my life where I'm spending more money on eating than I can pay my bills. I'm having to make decisions for the first time in my life on whether I eat. Go ahead.
So what you're going to be referencing here is inflation. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I felt like the pandemic, for the most part, towards the end, led to the majority of the inflation.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. We saw global inflation, not just here in America, but all across the globe because of the pandemic. The U.S. had the quickest global response from it, though, out of any other country in the G7. So why would the fact that you're living a harder life right now because of the pandemic give you any reason to vote for Trump over Biden? Sorry, over Harris.
Okay, so here's an example. So I was given my family's home in 2022 when my dad passed away. And there was a mortgage on it, and, you know, it was the house I grew up in. And I tried to get a loan and got approved. At that point, the interest rates, I believe, were hovering around 6%. And then there was some red tape in my loan, and I had to get a few things squared away with just some things with the title issues and the legal description of the property. So it held my loan up. Then the interest rate started elevating to around 7.5 to 8, and it forced me to not be able to keep my family home. So it's a personal issue for me because, it runs deep because, this is the home I grew up in. I did everything I could do to keep it, and now I'm forced to sell.
Who controls interest rates?
Well, I believe that I believe ultimately it's the president.
No, it's not. It's the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve and Jerome Powell control the interest rates. And sure, the president can elect the chair of the Federal Reserve, but Trump actually wants to keep Jerome Powell. And anyways, the reason that we've seen higher interest rates is because the Fed raising interest rates is a way to decrease consumer spending, which in turn would decrease inflation, like the inflationary rate, right?
Right.
So as soon as
correct.
inflation stabilizes, we'll see a decrease within the interest rates. Not only is this super separate and irrelevant to the president, but this would be an expected response that any good economist would tell you would be necessary given the pandemic. And you're not really telling me anything about the presidency here, right? You're referencing external factors. You're referencing things that aren't controlled by the president. You're referencing things that weren't onset by the president. And you weren't even able to name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you'd agree with, or one that you disagree with.
Well, like I said, my main issue was inflation. That's the main issue.
But they didn't cause it, so this wouldn't give you a reason not to vote for them.
Pardon?
But I understand you're saying your main issue is inflation, but the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause it; they fixed it. Right? So why would this give you a reason to vote for Trump?
I would have to see the evidence of that. And I'm not seeing the evidence. I'm seeing things still going up. Here's another example.
I can give you the evidence if you'd like.
Children. Pardon?
I could give you the evidence.
Let me just say this real quick. Both of my grown children have seen their rent go up from, roughly $1,200 a month to over $2,200 a month in the last year or two. And my taxes have doubled as well on my home.
We're still under Trump's tax code.
So, it's just, I don't know. I just do not see. And here's my other point.
We're still under Trump's tax code. And then the inflation, it was global, but we saw a phenomenal response from the Biden-Harris administration, increasing domestic drilling here in America, so we're producing more than any other country ever. We also see the Inflation Reduction Act to invest millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to decrease inflation in the long term. Invested $1 trillion in infrastructure here at home in America to promote American jobs. The Chips and Science Act, which is going to bring 20% of the global chip production here at home in America by 2030 to promote more manufacturing jobs here. And then if you re-elect Trump, it's actually only going to introduce more inflation because he wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs, which are inflationary as all hell. What are we doing?
But, I saw the gas prices. I saw, the food prices, and it just seems like it's escalating.
But what has the Biden-Harris administration done to drive them up? Tell me.
They just haven't controlled it. They just let it run amok.
No, we've had the quickest rebound from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7 because of the policy that I just gave you.
I just feel like the real change that everybody's wanting should have already occurred. If they wanted to come in here and give change, we should see it by now. And in fact, we're not seeing it.
We have had the quickest rebound out of any country in the G7. What else should they have done?
They should have done a lot of different. I don't agree with most of everything that they've done.
Can you name a policy that they influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
No, it's not really. It's not that. It's just that it's mainly just the economy. It's just mainly, I feel like and here's another good point. Another good point that someone I overheard on a live earlier brought up is the world leaders are pretty much laughing at our country right now, just from the chaos and the turmoil and what's going to happen. What kind of relationship will Kamala have with Putin or, you know, Korea.
I'm so sorry. 1 second. Yo, Khan with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Khans in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. That is KAHN. Seriously, thank you so much. Khan says, speaking so intelligently on Kamala Harris. I appreciate you so much for your love. It means the world. I really don't deserve that. And you were absolutely so kind. Thank you so much. Massive W. I just want to see some W Khans in the chat for the next 10 minutes. They've supported me so much. Thank you so much for the love. And I apologize for interrupting you there. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Unless I see something come out in her speeches that I'm on board with, right as of right now, I have to pick Trump.
Okay, well, you understand that I've been giving you the facts, and I feel like you haven't really responded to any of them.
Oh,
You've
I've
just
been
kind of given me
listening
the
for a
feelings.
while, and I think you brought up some really good points. I'm not discounting anything that you've said.
Okay, real quick, would you vote for someone that was held legally responsible for grape?
Would I vote for somebody that's held legally responsible for grape? If I knew that it was maliciously or I knew 100% they did it, no.
Okay, well, if you knew what I'm asking, what if someone was more likely than not to be a rapist? Would you still vote for them?
No.
Okay, so Trump was deemed civilly liable of grape, which means he's more likely than not to be a rapist.
I'm not 100%
So does this mean that you're not going to vote for Trump?
I'm not convinced. I'm just not.
Well, I mean, I asked you if you'd vote for someone that is more likely than not to be a rapist, and the evidentiary standard upheld by civil courts is what is more likely than not to have occurred.
I believe it was
by a jury of 7 men and 2 women.
charges. I don't believe it. I don't believe he did it.
Yeah. Do you know the name of the lady that accused him?
Is it the corn star?
No, that's going to be referencing his 34 felonies. It's so funny we get all of his fucked up shit confused. Her name's E. Jean Carroll. Do you know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court to prove?
No, I don't know. I've never even heard her name.
Okay, so don't you think that willful ignorance and not even knowing her name or one piece of evidence she submitted to the court, then outright denying her experiences, perpetuates like grape culture, misogyny, and harm against women?
Well, I will investigate that. So I will check into that.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
But just outright denying it without even knowing her name or one piece of evidence she supported in the court is like crazy. Like, right? Can you admit that?
Yeah, well, of course. I wouldn't vote for somebody that did that. But here's the thing. I don't know about that. I've never heard of that. So I will check into it.
Alexis, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. But I feel like something I see commonly within like Trump supporters that aren't off the bat is like harmful or violent or mean is going to be just willful ignorance. Like I feel like you ultimately aren't going to educate yourselves on the fact presented in the case, and you are going to maintain ignorance about the case so you can maintain a sense or a feeling that he didn't grape her. Like you don't want to educate yourself because you don't want to be convinced
you didn't hear me. I said I would look into that.
Okay.
I will look into that.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you wanted to go over here?
Nope, that's all.
All right,
Have a good day. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
We're going to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. If you are in the queue, specifically make sure you are voting for Trump. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're going to go and load up our next guest at this point. Make sure if we are in the queue that we're voting for Trump. Y'all already know. We also, guys, we're so close to 1 million likes. Let's try to double tap, get up there. Also hit that follow button. Y'all already know it. We're going to move on here, guys. If you're MAGA, just let me know in the chat. That's the easiest way for me to bring up guests. Go ahead and move on here, y'all. So everyone just do give me a minute to kind of get our next guest up in the queue. Y'all already know. I appreciate y'all for your follows. What's up, Tone? How old are you?
21.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not, but I did want to give you an ingredient for your cooking.
I'm so sorry for kicking you. I am just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. I'm so sorry. Let's just get some W guests for not voting for Trump. I really appreciate you for coming up here. I am just looking to talk to Trump supporters. But my Discord, it's in the bio. I'd love to have a chat with you, get some more ingredients for my cooking. I appreciate you for your support, and I'm sorry for kicking you. I always feel like an asshole when I do that. But we are just looking to have some debates with people that are voting for Trump. And I'm sorry. Let's just get some W guests. I appreciate you, and I'm sorry. What's up? How old are you? Hi, Vanessa. You're on the live.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
I was going to vote for Trump. And now I don't feel like I'm voting, but I was on the Trump board.
Oh, hey. Well, hey, W, I hope that I could convince you to vote for Kamala if you end up watching the live more. I appreciate you for coming up. Moving on to our next guest here. Alrighty. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute. Yo, W her for like no longer voting for Trump, right? I feel like now we just need to get the progress to switch her vote over to Kamala. What's up, Simon? How old are you?
18.
Okay, so you're actually 14 and a half, right? Like your mother still like does your laundry, puts food on the table every night?
No.
Oh my God. I apologize, y'all. We're going to go and move on to our next guest here. Everyone just kind of give us a minute. I think he slurred. My apologies. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute. For all 6,000 people in here, make sure that we're double tapping. We are so close to 1 million likes. We're still just trying to get our next debate up in here. If you are MAGA and you do want to come up and debate, just let me know in that chat. Alrighty. I'm just literally loading in everybody I see. Just looking for a debate. That's how it goes. What's up, Angel?
What's up, Angel?
That is a crazy echo. My apologies. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute, guys. Everyone just do be patient. Give us a minute while we are getting our next guest up in here. Moving on. Give us a minute. All right, here we go, guys. We got our next guest loading in. Melissa Potts, I would love for you to come up here and debate. I sent you an invitation. Still just trying to find our next guest. Y'all already know. Always the most tough period of the stream. Just finding people to debate. Crazy. Also, yo, W 1 million likes. Let's get some W's going in the comment section. Massive W for the 1 million likes. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Still just trying to get people to connect here. We have like 4 people attempting to load in right now. Craziness. Do we see the panel? Now we have like 5 people attempting to load in over here. Craziness. No one is loading in, bro. I hate TikTok. Let's just get some L TikToks in the comment section. Let's get some massive massive L TikToks in the comment section for whatever this is. We are going to go ahead and just continue trying to load people up. Alrighty, tidy. Ladies and gentlemen. Y'all already know. Norma, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. You say speak about Trump's speech yesterday? I'll have to look into it. Thank you so much for the love on PayPal. Let's get some W Normas for the $15. Thank you so much.
So, I mean, what's the debate here? I mean...
Oh, God, I'm going to have fun with you. Oh, wow. Okay, this is going to be cool. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, why so?
Why so? Do you not see what the Democrats did in the last 4 years?
I think they've done great things and passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, sir. What about you?
But that's the thing. You think. We knowingly see all the destruction they did.
Okay, what destruction has been done at the hand of the Biden-Harris administration?
My wallet.
Your wallet. So, like, less money in it. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause you to have less money in your wallet?
Have you seen the price of food? Have you seen the price of fuel? Have you seen the price of everything?
So the prices of things going up, that's called inflation. So what policy or executive order did the Biden-Harris administration influence to get passed that caused inflation?
Well, for instance, fuel. Why are we buying our fuel from overseas? We have all the resources here to do it right here.
Because if we used our domestic fuel production or our domestic oil production here, it'd cost us more money.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. Because we have EPA regulations and standards that particularly make production of oil here at home in America cost more that they don't have overseas. Right? So we predominantly import the oil we use, but this doesn't mean that we don't produce oil here at home. We're actually producing more oil here at home in America than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth.
Yeah, except for the fact that we're still buying from overseas for no reason.
I just told you the reason. It costs less money, sir. And that's just something that the Trump administration did too. This is something that all administrations have always done because once again, we have EPA regulations that make the production of oil more expensive here at home in America. If we shut off imports and we only relied on the oil that we produce here at home in America, the price of gasoline at the pump would increase significantly. Haley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Answer me this. Why are you going to vote for Kamala when obviously she already dropped out of the race?
Oh, she didn't drop out of the race now. Why do people say that?
Yes, she did.
How much money do you want to bet?
I got an endless amount. Name your number.
Oh, let's go. Want to do $500?
500? That's it.
Oh, you want to go higher? You want to go higher? How much do you want to go?
Right here. Let's do this bet. Let's bet on who's going to get the presidency.
No. I specifically want to bet you on this idea that you think Kamala dropped out. So how much do you want to bet? Do you want to bet like $5,000?
Make it loud on yourself, homie.
Like what amount? What? Name the amount. $1,000?
No, make it loud on yourself.
Bro, name the amount. I'm done with this like kid bullshit. Name the amount.
You're done with the bullshit. So are we.
Name the amount of money. Name the amount of money. How much do you want to bet that she didn't drop out?
I'm telling you now, she dropped out, homie.
Okay, $1,000. Let's wager. Let's wager $1,000 right now. Okay, you want to do that?
Hey, Sam.
Cash money in hand. Where you at?
All right, bet. Let's wager $1,000. All right, we good.
Cash money in hand. Where are you at?
She's never
like cash money. I don't have like physical cash. I have it like in my bank account.
You can't bet, homie. You can't bet.
Wait. Why not?
What was said was that when Biden.
Wait. Do you want to bet $300?
$300.
He was going to nominate her. He never.
Let's bet $350. I actually just specifically got $350 for my grandparents because I bought my nephew an iPad for $350 and they reimbursed me.
That she's
I have $350 in hand right now. Do you want to bet $350?
Yeah. I'll bet whatever you want because the difference is she's not even elected by the GOP.
By the GOP, the Republican Party, bro, get a grip. Get a load of this guy. So, all right, let's bet $350. So, are you willing to make that bet?
have not even announced who they are doing because
I'll bet whatever you want, homie.
All right, $1,000. Let's go. All right, now you gotta pay me because I know Kamala Harris didn't drop out of the race because she posted on her HQ page on Twitter 45 minutes ago campaigning for her presidential nominee in November.
The only thing that happened was Biden was trying to stand behind her.
I don't even know what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is Kamala Harris did not drop out of the presidential race. What you're referencing is articles from 2020 when she dropped out of the primaries.
You can't drop out of a race you're not even entered in, so...
Okay, so yes, now you owe me $1,000, and now you got to pay up because you bet $1,000 with me just 5 seconds ago that she dropped out of the race.
You can't drop out of a race you've never entered in.
Actually, yes, she did enter into the race when Biden dropped out and named her as the what do you do it? Like presumptive Democratic nominee. Yeah.
When the Democrats hate Kamala.
So, but that's fine. You Democrats are oblivious to everything. It's cool.
No, you owe me $1,000, little bro. Where's it at? My Venmo, my PayPal, or my bio?
Little bro, look at my
Yo,
profile.
Tyson, thank you so much for the money. For the $1, thank you for the $1 towards the $1,000 fund. You owe me $1,000. Now, wait, actually, now you only owe me $999 because Tyson just sent me $1 on PayPal.
Well, when you show up to Texas, we'll see how that works.
Okay, so is this you not like you say you're not gonna pay me, right?
I told you, cash money in hand.
Wait, just do you have like Venmo, PayPal? I have my things in my bio.
You could not prove that she
I said cash money in hand, and what have you done to prove to me that she's in a race?
Wait, she's the presumptive Democratic nominee. She's raised over $130 million for her campaign. She's been endorsed by Biden, by the Clintons, by the Obamas,
you just said
by a third of the House and half of the Senate.
You said it for yourself. Presumptive.
Yeah, just like before Joe Biden dropped out, Joe Biden was a presumptive Democratic nominee.
Y'all crack me up. This is great.
Why do I crack you up? Like what? You owe me $1,000. Hey, I have a question. Why is your name that?
Why is my name that?
Yeah.
Do simple math.
No, tell me why.
Tell me why my name is Dirty Thoughts?
That seems quite derogatory towards women.
Absolutely it is.
And that's why I got a room full of girls.
We're the ones who gave him the name.
Okay. Oh, is that your girlfriend?
No.
No, it isn't. Well, I mean, I still bet that like that girl in the room would really like to know about your following list. So I mean, just to clarify, the girl in the room, this guy follows a bunch of really young girls on TikTok. You could actually like go through his like
girls.
Yeah, so like you could go through his following. I got it confirmed by a couple people. I have people spamming in my Discord. I even have people like donating to me. Like this guy named Tyler actually just sent me $1 on PayPal. He said tell his girlfriend to look at his following: straight kids and thirst traps. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think a thought is? I mean,
Yeah, I just, wanted to make that known. Anyways, yeah, so are you going to pay me my $1,000 or tell me why Trump is better than, Kamala, or are you just going to sit here and bullshit?
Sit here and bullshit. Okay. Well, first of all, Trump is hands down better than anybody that's ever ran for president.
So I just to clarify here, the prosecuted, the felon is better than the prosecutor. The grapist is better than the non-grapist.
Every charge has been dropped against.
So the felon is better than the prosecutor. The grapist is better than the non-grapist. The misogynist is better than the non-misogynist. The racist is better than the non-racist. The threat to our democracy is better than the non-threat to our democracy. The narcissist is better than the non-narcissist. The person that doesn't care about the American public is better than the person that does care about the American public. The person that infringes upon the rights of all 170 million American women and girls is better than the person that wants to reinstitute Roe v. Wade. And how is he better? How?
He's not.
Have you not seen the fact that every charge against him has been dropped? That was y'all's last-ditch effort trying to throw him out.
So that's also not true. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal, Tyler. I appreciate you for the love. That's also like, no, do you want to bet more money? You already owe me $1,000. So yeah, the 34 felonies were not dropped. The grape case was not dropped. No, they were not dropped.
And just like Kamala Harris is not in the room.
Excuse me? What?
I didn't stutter.
Oh, you said a slur? Did you say a slur?
Did I say a slur?
No, he said Kamala Harris
typical Democrat
is not in the race.
Yeah, guys, what slur did he say? Chat, what slur did he say?
You keep trying to.
Oh, he said the R slur? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, guys, literally 2 rocks click-clacking away in his skull. He owes me $1,000, by the way. I just want to make that totally known that he owes me $1,000. And Brett, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. I just want to make it like so incredibly totally known that he owes me $1,000. Okay. So everyone in the comment section was saying that he said the R slur. As soon as I drop him, everyone's like, he didn't say the R slur, bro. Y'all gotta make up your damn mind. Holy fuck. Y'all gotta make up your damn mind. We're just gonna move on to the guess. Okay, it doesn't matter if he slurred or not. If he did, this fucking the Maccabees. I'm sorry that I'm sorry for that. I'm glad that we got him out. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you guys are in the guest request, specifically make sure that you are voting for Trump. And guys, by the way, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I appreciate everyone for the love today. But we're gonna move on to our next guest at this point. If you do want to come up and debate, just let me see a MAGA in that chat. But yeah, let's go and get our next guest up in here, y'all. We're gonna go and try to load Vinny up in, guys. So everyone, just give us a minute. Everyone, just kind of give us a minute to get our next guest up in here. We are just loading every single person in. Y'all already know. By the way, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Let's get some W Sarahs in that chat. What's up, Jake? How old are you?
He's 18.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Way too much background noise for me. Everyone, just be patient while we get our next guest up in here. Be patient. All right, moving on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute while we're trying to get our next guest up in here. Guys, by the way, do double tap on that phone screen. Do share out that live. And if you want to come up and debate, just like let me see a MAGA in the chat. We're still just looking for our next guest here, bro. It is so hard to get guests up. Like, let me be the first to tell y'all. Jasmine, I sent you an invite. I would love for you to join up. Let me be the first to tell y'all how absolutely difficult it is just to get people up in the queue. Just be patient. Hold on. Hold your horses. We're still trying to get debates going. Just like loading in. Hey, what's up, Katie? How old are you?
I actually her boyfriend, and I am 23.
23, awesome. Are you voting for Diapy Don?
Right now I am leaning to Trump.
Yeah, so would you vote for someone that was held legally responsible for violent sex crime?
Most likely not.
So, yeah, Trump was held legally responsible for rape, so that means you wouldn't vote for Trump, right?
See, like, his character is definitely a bad character. But, like, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is a bad character as well.
Okay, so please tell me how Kamala Harris's character is worse than the felon, the rapist, the racist, the misogynist, the sexist,
well, I
the
think
lunatic,
Joe
the delusional
Biden
man,
is
the narcissist. Okay, so Joe Biden's not running. Kamala Harris is running.
Yeah, but he elected her. And
So-
I've heard some things about Kamala Harris putting people in jail for weed.
Okay. Well, you can't say that word on TikTok Live. Do appreciate you for coming up, though. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. If we are on the queue, make sure that we are voting for Trump, y'all. Let me see some MAGAs spam down below in that chat, guys. Just looking for some conversations here. Looking for some debates, quite frankly. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? We'll get some conversations rolling. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, that big old red button right there. I do these conversations every single day. Y'all already know. Moving on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see who we got. What's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 23. I'm turning 24 tomorrow.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just got a really quick and easy question out of the gate. So he has a vehemently sexist track record against women, straight violence, disrespect, and sexualization. He's completely disregarded women's thoughts, women's needs, and opinions outside of the Oval Office. So how do you expect him to effectively consider them when he's legislating inside of the Oval Office?
So
Stevie,
I just
thank you
want
for the money gun.
I just want to start by saying, like, I voted for Biden, and when I saw Kamala Harris being part of her BP, I was super excited because I took a class where, she did all these amazing stuff for school boards. I was like, this is an amazing woman. Like, if she was, like, I would vote for her. That changed the minute they came into presidency because it did affect me a lot in my life and my family's life.
So can you name one policy or executive order that they influenced to get passed that affected
So
you,
first
your
of all,
family, and
I
your family's
do-
life in a negative way?
Yeah. So first of all, I know from what I heard that she incarcerated. Well, I saw that she incarcerated people.
Don't name any drugs, by the way.
Oh no, don't worry. She incarcerated innocent people and still wasn't found guilty for doing that, which hurt a lot of people's life, which felt unfair to me.
Yeah, so that's just not true. Could you give me any evidence of that?
So I know they did articles on it. I probably would have to pull it up. I know for Trump, I like you said, I used to be a big Trump hater. I hated his guts. You could go on pause and find a source for that. Yeah, give me a second. Let me see if I can, because I don't know if it'll take me out.
Yeah, Krista, thank you so much for the money gun. I can't hear you while you're looking for your source, but you could just go on pause and find it and then come back.
Okay. I just know as of right now, I am voting for Trump. I do like that he did a lot of things for human trafficking.
Okay, so you ignored my original question, and now you're kind of
No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm just saying. No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm just saying, like, if I were to leave, I wouldn't be able to find it. But I am at least gonna let you know why I would vote for him. So I have heard the recordings. I did hear them. But with that being said, I also have heard the recordings of the other electives or whatever, right? Politics.
Thank you so much for the money on Katie.
And so I have heard other politics talk about women in a certain way. So while I do agree what he said was wrong, and while I do agree some things that he does are not right, and I probably won't agree with everything, for the most part, his values do go for my values. And I am very young, so I just know it has affected me and my family. So, I would vote for Trump. When it came down to immigration, my parents were immigrants, so of course I didn't want to vote for him because I'm like, for a very scary fact of the fact that my parents would be affected. The people that I love would be affected. But what was crazy was to see that in their presidency, in their government, it affected them a lot more, which sucked because I voted for Biden.
Tell me one policy or executive order that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree with because it negatively impacted your life.
So I know I agree. You said that the Ukraine thing. I do not like that a lot of money is being sent over there. I do think if our oils were to build here, it would create a lot of jobs because I see our jobs being affected a lot. So I do think that. I don't like that, China, they're allowing China to take a lot of our place.
I'm so sorry. She was just yapping. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm an asshole. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, man. How are you? I'd just like to ask a question there before we start. It says only Trump and Kamala, but I'm just wondering, why have you not brought up Kennedy at all? I know he's going to get like such a small % of the votes, but I'd just like to ask why he's not up there.
Because there's a 0% chance at winning in the Electoral college. Are you voting
I know,
for Trump?
but that brings up the thing with people not showing it, like showing him or advertising him, is why he's going to get so little of the votes.
I mean, I think he should get a terribly little amount of the votes. He's a terrible guy.
He's a weird guy.
Wait,
Really
why
weird
would
guy.
you say he's a terrible guy?
You want to hear this real quick? I think this is a great way to start the live for RFK. This guy is an interesting response to an essay allegation. Do you want to hear it real quick? Let me play it.
Yeah, sure.
Let me get to it. Give me 1 second, chat.
Yeah, while he's looking for that, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, because Kennedy's not going to win.
So I want to give you a chance to respond to that. One of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask, sir. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
Sorry, what was that? Was it nanny situation? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, because they were referencing the essay allegation. I cut off the first part. I can play it again.
Assault allegation from one of your response that was not a comforting one. Sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give.
That was the literally 2 seconds before.
All right. Yeah, I've never heard that. So, sorry, I was unaware of that.
Yeah, so
but
why are you voting for
I do
Trump?
believe his policies would be good if they were
Okay,
brought in.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't care about RFK. I think he's a piece of shit. We're here to discuss Kamala
shot.
And Trump.
He just got fucking really crazy.
Yeah, but I would like to discuss. You said there I'd say it must have been 10, 20 minutes ago. You said Trump was a threat to democracy, but how exactly would he be a threat to democracy?
Yeah, he's a threat to democracy because he tried to overthrow our government with a coup in 2020. He told his VP not to certify the results of the election, right, leading his VP as well as 34 other cabinet members to leave him in the dust because he said that he wanted them to put him above the U.S. Constitution. And he and his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, sent fake electorates to 7 different states to cast false votes into our electoral college and tried to, cause an insurrection upon our capital on January 6th and has spent the last 4 years convincing tens of millions of American citizens, right, specifically that the 2020 election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown without sufficient evidence, even though he's disproven by 60 courts.
All right, but he's still running, and democratically, if people want him in, he's gonna get in, and if people don't
I'm
want him
asking you why Trump is a better candidate than Kamala. Are you going to answer my question or not?
What? But to be fair, I'm not even American. I don't really care.
This guy, bro.
It's crazy.
All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. How's everyone doing though right now? What's up, everyone? Hopefully, everyone's having a good morning, a great morning, an incredible, a fantastic, incredible morning.
For real. And guys, if you
I'm doing the Morty thing.
If you want to come up and debate, make sure to just throw MAGA down there in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest. We are just looking for some debates here today, y'all.
What's up, everyone? Yes, I did get a haircut. There's so many people saying that. Please.
Yo, low-key. Guys, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. And then if you could actually help me exit out people of the queue so I could just pull from the chat. It is so rough to pull from the guest request, I'm telling you. So if you're MAGA and you want to be brought up, just spam so in the chat. I'm going to be inviting y'all up while he is deleting
They said
people.
the Trump hair is gone. Yo, paste.
So base. Also, yo, that guy from earlier still owes me $1,000. Someone owes me $1,000, Parker.
There's been a few people like that with me.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Looks like we got someone on the line. What's up, Teflon? How do you?
What's going on?
Are you voting
sound of
Trump?
age?
Absolutely. But before I do that, I have to ask you a question, Dean.
I'm here.
You're always talking about sexual assault and stuff. I just have a question or essay. Is it true that you said you really wanted the older millennial to essay you one night?
No, it's true that he said he really wanted to essay me.
because I heard that, I was like, that sounds kind of weird. He said that you really like you have like a crush on him or something. He was saying.
That's so gross.
You got it twisted, man. You got it like you literally have it all backwards. First of all, like I don't think it's funny to like laugh at this. A
He
40-year-old
said you
man
make
said that he
videos
wanted to
about it, and like he thinks there's something wrong with you.
Topic up, Justin.
Because
Let's
let's
do
be
the liberal
real.
in here.
But I'm going to be real. If I was gay, Dean would be a target. That man is pretty as hell.
So, anyways, why are you voting
Target.
for
It means
Trump?
like he would want to date you. I think.
Yeah. So why are you voting for Trump?
I like her better than Kamala.
Why so?
I don't know anything
Cynthia,
about
thank you so much for the
Kamala.
$10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Cynthia.
All I know is that she was a terrible border czar about this, and she was also a terrible district attorney.
Can you name one thing bad that she did?
Oh, actually, I can. Yeah, she put this guy in prison named George Gage. You can look up the case. I'm not going to go into it with you.
Why was it bad?
Well, look up the case. Your viewers can look it up too.
Do you know anything about it?
I do.
Okay. go for
Actually,
it.
Joe Rogan did a special on it with one of the other prosecutors.
Okay,
that
so
was
tell me
involved.
about it.
No, I don't feel like it.
You just don't feel like it? Okay. I'm guessing you can't.
Yeah, we're just going to move on to the next guest. We want to debate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spam MAGA in the chat if you do want to come up in debate. We've had some really weird guests here. Like the last 3 or 4 guests have been pretty rough, Parker. I do apologize for that. If you want to come up,
We blame Dean.
I mean, dude, I had a pretty good role there. Pretty decent guest to begin with. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate,
I'm just messing. All right, everyone, do tap the screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes if you want to support me or Dean. Venmo,
Not
Cash App in the
MAGA.
bio. Base.
all right, guys. Yeah, if you do want to support any of,
If you're MAGA,
either
type
myself
in the
or Parker,
comment section
yeah.
right now, and I'll invite you up. We can do that. You still don't have Max.
Oh, beautiful. What's up, Six Shot? How old are you? Oh, you're okay.
I'm 19.
Oh, okay. Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why so? Why do you want the rapist in the Oval Office?
He's not a rapist.
You sure?
I
I think he
don't-
was held civilly liable for it by jury of his peers.
Yeah, but he wasn't convicted.
So do you only accept criminal courts?
No, I only accept criminal. I accept criminal courts. You're gonna. I just don't accept
His
corrupt
felonies?
courts. No, he's those.
You
Those
accept
were
his
not
felonies?
No, let me ask you this. Do
Wait,
you
do you
really
accept
think
his
there's
felonies?
no shut up? Do you really think there's
Do you
no
accept his
political
felonies,
stuff
sir?
behind it, dude? They're rushing
Sir,
you
I'm
to
just asking
trial,
you a
so
question. Do you
can't
accept
run
his
for
felonies?
president.
Do you accept his felonies?
Oh, his business felonies? Yeah, I accept those.
Okay, so you do accept criminal courts. So why was the civil case corrupt?
Because she what's her name, E. Jean Carroll? She waited 30 years to come out about it, and
She didn't wait
also,
30 years.
Yes, she did. She also
No,
waited.
no. She
Yes,
waited
she
23
did.
years. 23
Oh,
years,
my,
and that's
my
common
bad.
for
23.
victims.
My bad. 23. I don't care if it's common for victims. It makes it look pretty atrocious, in my opinion.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. In the middle of his presidency, come on.
It was 2019, so it likely
In the middle
wouldn't
of
have
his
been
presidency,
applicable.
yes.
It likely wouldn't have been applicable to him if he was running for a re-election in 2020. So
Also, the only
that's
substantial
when it
evi-
was applicable was after that, which we didn't know if he was going to be running then because we didn't know whether or not he was going to win in 2020.
Also, the only good evidence she has against that is therapist notes from 1996, and also about Trump not submitting his DNA. He doesn't have to because it's innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I get legally you don't have to, but if someone claimed that you essayed them and you've never been around them, you've never met them before in your life, they claim they had a dress that had your DNA on it that proves that you raped them, would you give up your DNA to prove your innocence?
No, because I don't have to. If I already know
Okay,
it's,
so
if I already know,
here,
I'm
let me
not-
ask you this question: if you were pulled over and the cop suspects that you are drunk, right? You've done all the tests; they think that you're drunk, and they're going to arrest you if you do not take a breathalyzer. Are you going to take a breathalyzer?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Because it'll prove my. Okay, you got me. All right. You got me. Parker, I actually respect you a little bit more than Dean, so I'm actually glad to get the chance to actually have like a one-on-one conversation with you. I also wanted to talk about the pullout of Afghanistan and letting 14 soldiers die.
Yeah, we can talk about that, but let's fully go through this real quick. So in that sense, you would want to prove your innocence. So it seems like if he was innocent, he would have done that. Given that he didn't do that, it's likely the case that he particularly is guilty.
I understand that, but I also think there's other factors to take into account, like the fact that I already told you it took place in the middle of his presidency, and also that it just seems really weird that the politics behind it, trying to get Trump in prison so he doesn't run again for his next election. That's just what I think.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's not going to affect him in 2020. Also, a civil case can't put you in prison.
Right. And then just something else that I wanted to bring up here. It makes sense why you probably wouldn't respect me as much as Parker, because I am a lot loose on the BS. I cut right to the chase, and that's true. So I don't really care about your respect, though. So that's cute, Pookie.
You also
You don't really have any reason here insofar as why you'd reject the conclusion formed by the civil court. You have none. You just say that it's corrupt. You say that it was a last chance ploy by the Democrats to make Trump look bad. But this is really bad logic, because all that you're saying here is you're going to apply immunity to Donald Trump. Anything that he could ever do, no matter what he's found guilty for in a court of law, you don't care because you want to cast your vote for him in November and not feel like a piece of shit.
What do
at
you
the expense
mean?
of harm perpetuated towards women. It's gross.
I
It's very
told you
cultured.
that I accept his 34 felonies, dude, to try and quiet the porn star. I accept that. I accept that it makes him look bad in 2016. But I also accept that falsifying business records is nothing new for people who have $7 billion in the bank. That's what they all do. You really don't think Elon Musk falsifies business records?
They don't have a predicate crime of election interference. That's what makes it a classy felony.
Right. Then also, you're saying that the reason that you rejected, the civil court, was why? I didn't really hear one.
Because it just seems weird that they're coming after him in the middle of his presidency 23 years after he supposedly did it.
Yeah, so 62%
It's not
women
they,
who
it's E. Jean Carroll, and it's because she can apply it in the context of civil courts, because the statute changed for the statute of limitations for civil courts in New York specifically, because victims of the Catholic Church came out and got the statute of limitations to be changed so that they could try people who were members of the Catholic Church, which also opened it up for E. Jean Carroll.
And Madeline, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Madeline.
Okay, I really don't want to spend this whole time talking about the E. Jean Carroll case because I just don't think it's really worth it. I want to talk about.
No, I think that it makes your side look really bad, and that's why you don't want to talk about it. You feel uncomfortable talking about it because it makes your side look really bad, and it doesn't seem like a good point to you. But that's the whole point of me bringing it up, is that it makes this position look very ridiculous. So obviously, why would you want to hold that to that position that feels so uncomfortable for you to try to justify now?
Okay, don't talk about it making Trump look bad because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have done way worse stuff.
Such as?
Tell me what Kamala did specifically that is worse than sexually assaulting a woman.
How about putting an innocent man behind bars and keeping him there until the California courts forced her to provide evidence that would have cleared his name?
Wait, no, she specifically advocated for there to be DNA testing
No,
so
he didn't.
that they could
No,
be
she didn't.
exonerated.
And
That's
then also-
actually exactly what happened.
That's a lie.
And then also, I just
no,
wanna-
it's not. Not
I
only
just wanna-
that, Trump literally donated to her, right, at that particular time period. So he was in support of her supposed bad agenda that you're referencing. But Lindsay,
also-
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And Jakari, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I also want to point out this quote-unquote innocent man wasn't innocent. When they eventually did do DNA testing, he was not exonerated, and he's actually still alive on death row to this day.
Okay, I don't. Has she been endorsed officially by the Democratic Party yet, or has she been
She's been endorsed by the Obamas. She's been endorsed by Hillary Clinton. She's been endorsed by Joe Biden. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Nancy Pelosi. Basically, the entirety of the Democratic Party. That's relevant. AOC's even endorsed her.
Okay, and why do you guys think that Joe Biden isn't running anymore?
Because he knew he couldn't win in the polls.
Exactly. So why do you think Kamala's going to win in the polls?
Because
She's within the margin of error.
Yeah, she's a much better candidate. We're
And
already seeing
in
an
the
increase.
debates. She's
Man,
gonna
no.
slap him up.
No,
Right?
stop
I have a
lying.
question.
No,
Are you
stop lying. You're only voting for her because she's
hold up.
black and a woman.
No,
That's
no.
the,
Wait, I have a
yes,
question.
that's the
No,
only-
we just talked about sexual abuse being applicable to Donald Trump. That's one thing. He tried to undermine our American democracy by denying the
didn't.
election results,
No,
by
he
trying to get
didn't.
fake electors to
No, he
specifically
didn't.
go and get Trump electors rather than specifically Biden electors. He tried to undermine our American democracy, and you're still voting for him.
Yeah, and also, what a fucking way to be racist. I just want it to be incredibly
not
known.
racist.
People,
What
hey,
was
hey,
racist?
hey, buddy,
What
hey,
was
buddy,
racist?
pipe the fuck down while the real man is
shut up,
talking.
Dean. Shut up.
No, Six Shot. You're
Your middle
understanding.
part doesn't
You know,
part
you're
in the
assuming.
middle.
You're assuming the only thing that a black woman could have for as to a reason to vote for her is that she's black and a woman. That's what you're assuming. You're not assuming that she has any qualities that would show that she's worthy of being president of the United States.
She
when
doesn't.
clearly
She's
Donald
not.
Trump doesn't have these qualities. She has way better qualities than Donald Trump. It's not even close. The
Yeah,
fact that you
voting on
are specifically
qualities
sitting
instead
here
of
and
presidential.
defending
Why do you
voting
guys
for
do
Donald
this?
Trump and defending voting for Donald Trump given Kamala Harris is ridiculous. You can't even mention any of the policies that you disagree with that she influenced to get passed.
Right, it's literally the
Name me one.
prosecutor. It's a prosecutor versus the felon, the non-racist versus the
And
racist.
wait, they're literally pro law and order, but they're voting for a criminal over a prosecutor.
Yeah,
Please make it make sense, Chad.
The non-misogynist versus the misogynist, the person that cares about the American people versus the person that serves as a threat to democracy and only cares about other rich white men. The one that wants to fight for the rights of all 170 million American women and girls in the context of our country, and the one that took them away. And you're going to tell me that the only reason we're voting for her is because she's black and a woman? This is modern day racism 101.
That's not racism.
Because you are absolutely reducing
not
her,
racism.
her character, her intelligence, her charisma, her stage presence, and her ability to absolutely destroy this man in every category that we could possibly have discussion over, down to being a black woman. You just want to engage in the
bruh.
same
She's
type of
terrible.
behaviors that this man perpetuates. It's gross.
You tell me, dude, Dean, she doesn't care about you, dude. She's
Delilah, thank you for the
18
$10
Shut
on
up, shut
Venmo.
up,
Thank you so much.
Shut up.
Thank you so
And
much,
Donald
Delilah.
Trump does?
She said,
Wait, respectfully,
19,
Donald
she said
Trump does?
18 to 24-year-olds are stupid. She doesn't care about you or you, Parker.
She means that we're naive.
Yeah,
but like
yeah,
I
you
definitely
are.
disagree. I definitely
Yes, you
disagree
are.
with that terminology.
Yes, you
I
are.
definitely
Voting for
disagree
that
with. I definitely
scumbag.
disagree with referring to us that way. I appreciate this the super high. Thank you so much. But still, at the end of the day, I would take that over someone saying that they dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years, saying it's okay for them to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because they quote unquote own the place, arguing that they can grab women by the vagina. They don't even have to ask.
Not to mention that this guy called all
Elliot, thank you
Republicans
so much. I
stupid.
appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
I just want to put it out there. This guy did call all Republicans stupid. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Lindsay.
He also said that Democrats are better
Thank you
with
so
the
much,
economy.
Lindsay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the love, Lindsay. I appreciate you for the $20.
Democrats aren't clearly not better for the economy.
Okay,
because
can you name
That's
one
what Donald
policy?
Trump said, so you're disagreeing with him.
Can you name one policy or executive order that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
The Keystone Pipeline, are you kidding?
Well, yeah, they also they
The
closed
Keystone
the
Pipeline, that was a
Keystone
court
Pipeline.
order, ma'am.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
No,
it was. It was literally
No,
a
it
court
wasn't.
order.
What about
They
the lack
followed
of
through with the
action to
court
reduce inflation?
Yeah, wait one second. If you would like a source for that, well, I mean, you could look it up very easily. Just look up AP News, Supreme Court orders Keystone XL pipeline to be shut down.
Yeah, whatever, Peen. I don't like Kamala because, or Biden for that matter, because they took zero action to reduce inflation in their
Kamala, by the way, and also they don't deal with inflation. That would be the Federal Reserve. Six Shot. Also, we had the fastest recovery in terms of inflation in the G7. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Then why
Our
is
inflation
gas
has
so
gone
high?
lower than all the other.
Why-
What are you
why is
talking
gas
about,
so
bro?
high? Why is it
What do you
so
mean we
high?
haven't done anything? Why is gas so high? Because global available oil supply to the United States is reduced due to Trump signing it. Be quiet, please.
Most oil.
Due to Trump signing a deal specifically with OPEC to cut their particular production, which caused an increase in prices, and then the Russia-Ukraine situation leading to us not getting any oil from Russia. We've sanctioned Russia. We're not getting that.
Okay.
So that's a reduction in global oil supply available to the United States. Inflation didn't just happen in the United States. It happened globally. It happened in Asia. It happened in Africa. It happened in South America. It happened literally everywhere around the world.
Okay, Peter Parker, but I thought you said that our oil, that we are producing the most oil of any nation in the world. Oh. What about what okay,
What do you mean? We're
so,
still producing more oil than we ever did at any point in American history. And we're investing in renewable energies. That is more than what we'd be doing
it's
if
still
Trump was in
$70 a
office.
tank. It's still
Jamaica,
70
thank you so
bucks
much
a
for the
tank.
$10 on PayPal. I really
Okay,
appreciate
if
you
it's
for the love, Jamaica.
$70
Thank you
a
for the
tank
love.
for you, you must live in California. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And you're getting like a fucking 40-gallon tank. Appreciate the keys.
40-gallon tank? What?
I'm obviously over exaggerating. But like I'm just telling you, that's a very large tank, bro.
All right. And also, you're saying the oil we don't have with Russia anymore, that's because of the pointless war in Ukraine that shouldn't have ever happened, and it wouldn't have happened under Trump's presidency. But it did happen under Brandon's presidency because he's delusional, and so is his vice president. And that's why I'm not voting for him.
Delusional, and so you're saying that they're delusional, but then Trump literally undermines climate science, says that like it's gonna
Climate.
start cool.
How many years?
Listen, can
No,
you
don't
please
go
listen?
to this
Can you please
climate
listen?
change
Can you
crap.
please
How many
listen?
years have we been on this
97% of
planet? How
climate
many
change.
years have we been on this?
97% of climate scientists indicate that humans cause climate change. It is a undeniable fact, right? For you to sit here and deny that shows me that you deny science too. So you're not in accordance with the facts. You've got your fucking feelings, dude.
Dude,
you're acting like I'm the one that you're acting like I'm the one who has in my feelings. You deny science and act like it's a fucking character trait that's good.
I'm just
You
saying.
sound
we've
like
lived on this
dumb.
earth
You
for
really
4
sound
billion
dumb.
years, and it's been fine. And now all of a sudden, this if we don't throw our cans in the recycling bin, the world's gonna burn. I don't care
You
about
have no
that.
clue
I
how
care
climate
about
change
gas
works. Do you know what the
prices,
greenhouse
dude.
effect is?
I'm trying to buy a house. I
Six
can't buy a
shot. What
house
is the
because of
greenhouse effect? Can you describe that to me?
No, bro, I'm gonna
So
describe
you
to you how
can't. So
hard
you don't
it
know
is to buy-
fucking basic first grade
Why are you
biology,
up- shut up,
first
no,
grade
shut up, Parker.
fucking. You
Shut
don't know
up.
first
You don't know
grade.
anything. You don't know
You don't know
anything.
first grade
You have
science.
an economics degree that you spent $60,000 on that you're never going to use again because
I
you go on
didn't spend
TikTok and beg for money.
$60,000, and I absolutely use my economics degree all the time against idiots like you.
Against idiots like me. All right, why don't you get a real job like the rest of us?
What's a real job?
Yeah, what's a real job? buddy?
A 9 to 5, blue collar, instead of getting on the internet and begging for money.
Wait, so
You know how
Donald
pathetic
Trump
that is?
hasn't had a 9 to 5. So has he ever had a real job?
And Devin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for my real job. Thank you so much for the love, Devin. I appreciate
Six
you.
shot. Has Trump ever had a real job? Has Trump ever had a real job?
I got a real job and you don't.
Hey, genius. Hey, genius. Has Trump ever had a real job?
Yes, dude. Yes.
Okay, so what real job?
His real estate job that he
Is
had.
that a 9 to 5? Is that a 9 to
job?
5 blue collar job?
No,
That's
but
not 9 to
it's more
5.
money than you. We're good.
Oh, okay. So wait, so you're saying based upon money you make? Well,
Yes,
couldn't you
based
say
upon
Dean makes
money.
more money than you, therefore he has a real job?
Because
And
all
you
the
don't?
money he gets is tips.
Wait,
It's-
oh, wait, but you-
Marina, thank you for the $3 on Venmo for my real job. Thank you so much, Marina, for the tip.
Wait, so what are you arguing now? So now you don't have a real job and Dean does.
Yeah, I got a real
Oh, that's
job.
so
Dean-
rough.
Dean does not
That
have-
is so rough.
I got a real job. Dean doesn't have a real job.
No, you don't. You said you don't make as much money, therefore you don't.
I never said that, dude. I said y'all don't make as much money. Hello?
Yeah, you said as Trump, and that's why you demeaned us having a real job. But then I could say the same thing, particularly about someone who makes more than you. That means you don't have a real job.
Parker, can I have your girlfriend's number? I promise I'll give it right back after I'm done.
Are you done yet?
I'm done.
Are you done? Like, do you
Yes,
want to engage
I'm
in
done.
actual conversation, or do you want to say something dumb?
Yes.
You just embarrassed yourself, bro.
I didn't embarrass myself. dude.
Respectfully, the fact that you did that as how old are you?
I'm 19. I told you.
What is
that.
this? What is this? Literally like a Call of Duty match? Like,
Bro,
what are
like,
you talking about, bro?
You've been
Nikki, thank you for the $40 for my real job from the DNC. Thank you so much, Nikki, for the $40.
And Alexis,
thank you so much.
for the... Shut up. Shut up. Alexis, thank you so much for the
Nikki.
$20 on Venmo for my real job. Thank you so much for the love, Alexis. Thank you so much, Alexis.
Jamila,
for the
thank you so much for the
$20 on Venmo.
$10 for the
Thank
real
you so
job.
much,
Vanessa,
Alexis.
thank you for the $1 for the real job. Thank you so much.
Oh, we appreciate you guys. Yo, W of Alexa into the chat for the $20. Thank
He's so
you.
mad, bro.
Yeah, so hey, I have a question. Do you have like an embarrassment kink? Is that why you wanted Parker's
Yeah,
girlfriend's
dude,
number?
goes up to literally 6,000 people. It's almost 7,000 people, and he wants to embarrass himself in front of like an entire stadium, dude.
I'm very proud of my performance here today. I feel like I've demonstrated the Republican
thank
Party
you.
very well.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, leading the cultists. Hey, anything else you want to add on here?
Did you wear a bandage?
Peen, why is your middle part like not
No,
done?
I'm asking. Did you wear a bandage?
Brianna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the
stripper money, Brianna. Thank you so much.
Six shot. Did you wear a bandage?
Thank you for the
Brianna, I was
$10,
raped
Bri. I
before
appreciate
and I don't have a real job.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's do it. Let's be like the MAGA cultists, everyone. Look at this. This guy's gross. We're getting him out the live. Fuck you. All right. Going to the next person. Time to be MAGA cultists, everyone. Look at this. Time to be MAGA cultists. Sarah, thank you for the $5 for my real job. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shut up. You don't have a real job.
What's a real job?
You can't say you have a real job like that. Real job is where you work hard for your money. I was thinking about it. If I was,
How many hours a week do
where
you
you
work?
guys work?
How many hours a week
50.
do you work? 50? Okay, so we work
50.
the same amount of hours. So do you have a
Jakari,
real
thank you for the
job?
$5 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
Okay, if we're counting like that, like I go home
Bandage
and I
on the
do
year.
work. I do
Dude.
other work. So I'm working 180 hours a week. If we're counting that bullshit.
You're working
Sitting in front of your computer
180 hours a week?
Yeah, that's not a flex.
You're working. No, there's no way. There's no way. What?
If I'm
What?
counting
Not
what you
even
guys are doing.
possible, dude.
Wait, there's only 168. 1 second. There's only
That's not
168
even
hours in a
possible.
week. How the fuck are you working 180 hours in a week when there's only 160 hours in 7 days? What the? You sound like one of the. Oh, you got soft hands, brother. I just got done working my 37-hour shift with no but one piss break for 30 seconds.
Right now here, listen.
You got soft hands. I just got finished working a
if I'm counting what you're doing at
1,023-hour work day, brother.
I work
Sarah, thank you for the $5 for my real job. Brianna, thank you for the $10 for my real job. And Victoria, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so
Oh my
much.
God.
Christina, thank you for the $3 for my real job.
I work 400 hours a day, brother. You guys, oh damn, brother, you don't even know what it's about,
You
brother.
guys are fucking little bitches. Do you guys' parents are okay with what you do? Are they proud?
Can we get some baby bottles in the chat for the whiny baby? Yeah.
Hey, I got one
Matt
question.
texted me, said, "What's on your ear?" I said, "Bandage." I'm a MAGA cultist. He said, "W." W.
You ever have your ass beat?
Oh man, so you're so mad at two dudes on the internet
mad
that
are
are
you,
smarter
bro?
than you that you want to catch a charge? You want it last 5 fucking
He catches
seconds.
a charge to own the lips.
I wouldn't last 5 fucking seconds. All right, let's find that out.
I mean, yeah, you wouldn't last 5 seconds with me in a fight, just like you didn't last 5 seconds
you
with
won't
your
last 5
ex-girlfriend,
seconds
sir.
intellectually. Oh, that's rough, dude. That's
Washington,
rough.
hey, I live in
Crazy, Sarah.
Washington
Thank you for the
State.
$5 on Venmo, and Chelsea.
We have
Thank you
a-
for the $10 on Venmo for my
Oh my
real
God,
job.
this
I
guy.
appreciate you, Sarah
This
and
guy.
Chelsea. Thank you guys.
We have a mutual combat law in
Alexander,
Washington.
thank you
where,
so much
two
for the
people agree to a duel,
$1.
We can do it. So, like,
Chelsea, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank
you fat
you.
motherfucker. Hey, why are you voting for that black retard behind you?
Whoa. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Bro, it's just like
What?
dude,
The racism and the ableism. Like, bro,
that's
what?
like that's the MAGA voter base, bro. It's like it's fucking gross. It is actually disgusting. And that's
They're
the
literally
bigotry held by the-
cultists.
Like
They're
literally.
cultists. That's why we have the bandage on today, everyone. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $24. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Alyssa. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like they like to like say that they're not bigoted. India, thank you so much for the champion. I appreciate you for the love. They like to say that they care about people. They like to say that they care about marginalized groups. They fight for the rights of women, etc. No. They're bigoted POSs, and that's the facts. And I mean, if you just get them a little bit frustrated, they expose that, and they just expose it on live to 7,000 people. That's who we don't want to be like. That's why people like me and Parker come on live every single day to advocate for what we believe in. That's why you all should too, because it's so important that we are pushing our country in a good direction.
Thank
If
you,
wanna-
Superpower. Thank you so much. I will.
If-
I got you. I just realized.
But yeah, if you're MAGA, just let me know in that chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They're not loaded in yet. There they go.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, first of all, I've been in this live for a while. Can you guys tell me why you were voting for Harris?
Yeah, I mean, I could go over a couple of reasons here. So, first of all, I'm going to be voting for Harris because her, as well as Biden, had some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, like the PACT Act, CHIPS and Science Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act. But more so, predominantly, because I want to preserve our great democracy. I approve of liberalism and the peaceful, transfer of power. That's something that, this man tried to stage a coup against in 2020 by telling his VP not to certify the results of the election, sending fake electorates to states and convincing people that the election was stolen, causing an insurrection. He serves as a threat to our democracy. Not to mention, I'm going to take the prosecutor over the felon, the non-rapist over the grapist, the non-misogynist over the misogynist, the non-sexist over the sexist, the non-racist over the racist. The list goes on and on and on and on.
So, and then to backtrack to the rape thing, there's court documents that prove that she had no evidence.
For who?
Crazy. Can't
Wait,
hear you when you're
who
on
are you
pause.
referencing? I can't hear you when you swept out the app.
Sorry, I got a text. Carol.
Okay. Yeah. So what court documents?
The civil case.
What court documents in the civil case?
Here, I can pull it up. Just give me a second.
All right. Well, I guess while she's on pause looking for the court documents, just drop a mag in that chat. We're going to go and load up our next guest. Thank you so much for the sunglasses. We're going to go and see what our next guest has to say. Well, Julia, did you
Trump
Yeah, how do I? There's screenshots of the court document all over.
Okay, so do you know one?
Mark,
Did you fall off of a coconut tree?
did you?
Do you exist in the context, Julia?
There's the court documents for the civil case under where it said if she had evidence for the rape. There's no marked.
Oh, she's talking about the jury conviction form. Okay, I'll go ahead and inform you. So, yeah, the jury selected no for the question, did Mr. Trump grape E. Jean Carroll, for the reason that in the state of New York, grape was defined as the male member and turned into the female member, right? And they had proved beyond like a preponderance of evidence that he had put his fingers inside her without consent. That's what the jury testified to. But
Well, that's
since
not
then,
evidence,
New
that's
York, as
her
well as
saying.
36 other states, have updated their legislation to include all forms of unconsenting penetration into the vagina as grape, which makes Trump a grapist.
But there's no evidence. It's just what she's telling them.
Do you know one piece of evidence that she had submitted to the court?
She had none, according to the document.
So that's absolutely a lie. She submitted medical records, therapist notes, consistency between the testimony of that as well as other things. We could also particularly point out the dress that she had a dress with unknown male sperm on it that she claimed to be Trump's. Trump had 2 years to submit his DNA to the court for it to be tested against. He refused to provide his DNA for 2 years. There were so many reasons for him to provide his DNA to the court if he was innocent. Would have been able to save hundreds of millions of dollars in defamation suits, countersue Jean Carroll for millions of dollars, save the legal fees, and he would have been able to use that innocent, conviction to prove to all Americans that the Democrats were unfairly persecuting him.
Okay,
Can
so
you name one good reason for him not to supply his DNA, assuming that he was an innocent man?
He shouldn't have to. Why?
I'm asking for a good reason for him not to.
It's innocent until proven guilty, and he was.
No, it's not. No, it's not because he was proven guilty, and you still think he's innocent.
Julia, I have a question. I have a question.
Yes, he was.
Julia, I have a question. If you're pulled over and the cop suspects that you're drunk and is going to take you to jail if you do not particularly take a breathalyzer, would you take the breathalyzer?
You don't have to.
No, I know you don't have to,
can
but
go
I'm asking as an individual that's rational, would you?
If I wasn't, I would say no.
You wait, so
If I was not-
you would say you wouldn't.
If
So
I'm not guilty, no.
Yeah, if you're not guilty and you were not drunk, would you would you take the breathalyzer test?
Not if I didn't want to.
Why wouldn't you want to?
I was wasting my time.
You would waste more time otherwise.
I would
You would
do-
waste more. You would waste more time if you had to go to jail. Julia, please don't. You sound. Oh my gosh, this is just so.
Yeah, because if you fail to provide
the
one second,
bias is so clear.
I just want to touch on this. So if you say no to the breathalyzer, then the cops take you to the hospital and they say, well, now you have to give us your blood to be tested for alcohol. If you deny that, then they take away your license for 4 years. We'll assume that you were drunk, and we'll make you go through DUI classes, and make you re-get your license 2 years later. You'll have to go through the court system. And you're saying that taking the breathalyzer would be a waste of time?
Okay, but if you went to court and let's say I won my case or whatever, that wouldn't be true.
But you said the reason you want to take the breathalyzer in the first place to show to the cop that you weren't
Why
drunk
are we
is 'cause it would be a waste of
comparing drunk driving to a rape case? Is my question.
You don't know what we're comparing. We're comparing whether or not you would want to prove your innocence. Are you really that dense?
No, but have you seen how much stuff they've come after for Trump? Like, why would he waste his time on every single thing when it's all bullshit?
Wait, what about it makes you? Wait, what makes you think that it's bullshit?
Because there's no evidence to the case.
There's no evidence. Well, there absolutely was evidence.
Her saying I was
have a
raped
question.
is not evidence.
Let's be really clear here with the dress. If it is the case, if you're a reasonable human, you would absolutely say that you would give up your DNA because that would prove your innocence, and you wouldn't have to deal with all of the time in court, all of the unnecessary bullshit said about you in the media, right? You understand that how much that would have helped his election prospects if this wasn't
He
applicable to him?
he didn't need to do that.
So
for
really,
helping.
the only reason he would have to not give up his DNA is that it would show his guilt, or it would incriminate him.
But he's not guilty either way.
He is guilty.
No, he wasn't. He was found not.
You
guilty.
can't even reason that through.
There's no evidence.
No, he was not found not guilty. He was found guilty for the sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll via preponderance of evidence by unanimous decision by jury.
Obviously, he's going to be found guilty in a courtroom full of liberal jury and liberal judge. Obviously, that's
So
just
two of the
obviously
jurors were not liberal. They actually supported Trump and went to Truth Social for news. Not to mention, it seems to be the case that you are just applying immunity to him. It's like he can never do anything wrong. Like, assume he actually was guilty.
Okay, I'm not saying he
You'd be
can't do
saying the same
anything
thing.
wrong, but it's just so crazy to me how.
No, you're just saying
no one
obviously he's not
ever-
guilty because they were all liberals. Like, do you think that like someone in a position of political power can't do bad?
No, I'm not saying that at
You
all.
are, because you're saying obviously they're all liberals, even though you're wrong about that. There's 3 Republicans. And then you just hop to the conclusion that, obviously no matter the evidence that they could have presented, it is all false. You've lost your damn mind. Like, I mean, do you realize that the harm this does to victims, to women? Like, this upholds, boosters grape culture, systemic misogyny. It tells men that they could go out and grape women and then be held legally accountable for it, and they're still going to be accepted within their social circles.
Okay, but
and we're going to see both men and women be apologetic towards what they did. It tells victims that, well, they shouldn't come out about what happened to them or tell anyone because, they don't have the money to hire a lawyer and prove it in court. But even if they did, there'd still be millions of people that reject their experiences. Nani, thank you for the galaxy. And then above all, it just puts a rapist in our Oval Office. And you expect this to be beneficial for victims, for women as a whole?
No. So unfortunately, there are a lot of women that lie, particularly to get attention.
What is the likelihood?
I can't give numbers on
You
that.
said there's a lot. So what is the likelihood?
I said, unfortunately, there are women that lie about it. Yes.
And there are more men that do it legitimately.
Daskia, thank you so much for the $5 on
This
Venmo.
claim here that you're saying, there's a lot of women that lie about it, significantly lower percentage of women that lie about it than men that actually did it.
And how do you have, where's your numbers on this?
Yeah, so you can actually look at death row statistics, for example, right? 4% of people on death row who died were innocent, right? We have information to indicate that. I appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. So if we were to look at 4%, you're going to say that you're going to take the 4% over the 96%?
You're talking about death row?
Yeah, that's an example.
Okay, I'm talking about rape.
Okay, so you understand that grape is also relates to the death row as well. That's one crime that can lead to that.
Well, yeah, but that's probably not the majority. The majority of people on death row probably are not on there for rape.
So you want me to look all? Okay, I think that we
Okay,
can
let's
use that to
not-
associate
okay,
that with the overall innocence. But I can find one that specifies specifically.
We don't have
rape
to go
if you would
that
like.
deep
Thank you,
into
the
it.
Power. Thank you so much.
One other thing I don't have a lot of time here. One other thing I wanted to ask.
So pivot, change the conversation, take it away.
No, I just think we don't have to go that deep into the numbers in court.
Yeah, don't go
For
that
death
deep,
row,
because when you go that deep,
we're
you
kind of
vote
getting-
for Kamala. When
No.
you consider the facts, you stop supporting Trump. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying we're getting derailed here. We're going off death row. That there's no there's not going to be 100% correlation with rape. So the other thing I wanted to bring up was I wanted your guys' explanation or opinion on the fact that with Biden dropping out, because you guys were both for Biden up until he dropped out.
Okay, so the studies indicate around 2 to 10%.
Of
2 to
people
10%.
on,
Yeah.
people on death row.
No, not on death row for grape cases. This is from the National Sexual Violence Resource Center.
2 to 10%.
That's what multiple different qualitative and quantitative analyses say.
For what?
For taking into account sexual assault cases and the likelihood of false report.
Okay.
So again, 2 to 10% likelihood of false report. Are you going to say you take the 2 to 10% over the 90 to 98%?
Okay, okay. So the average case versus someone that's in political power, who obviously, like, the left will do anything to destroy Trump. Like, no one came after Trump until he was in.
No, so again, 90 to 98% likelihood that this is applicable to him, and you're telling me that's not a high enough standard to believe that he did this?
That's versus other case. It's the case by case basis, obviously.
And these are just for reports. This isn't for people who are held civilly liable, like how Trump was, by a jury of his peers, by 9 people.
Right. I have a question here. It will completely change the conversation, so I want to make sure that, Julia, you can address Parker's claims here. So go ahead and respond to him, but then I do want to ask another question.
What am I responding?
The fact that you have no reason to believe that there's a higher likelihood than not that she was lying. It just seems like you're engaging in French conspiracy theory without reason.
Just given how much...
Like, the civil court held him legally responsible for rape, more likely than not, preponderance of evidence, unanimous jury. What unanimous jury determined that she was lying? What unanimous jury determined that she was doing it for political motivations? None. There's no evidence for that. It's literally like just apologetics, dude.
Okay, so basically you're just going to believe her by what she said, is what you're telling me.
I'm not just going to believe her by her statements. I'm going to believe the preponderance of evidence and the decision from unanimous jury.
But there was
years of deliberation.
But she did not provide evidence.
Okay, well, no, she did. You just don't know it because you didn't keep up with the court case.
Why was it marked no, that she had evidence? Why was it marked no?
That's not what it... No, nowhere can you show me that it marked that she didn't have evidence.
The court document has it checked no, that she supported evidence.
For what?
Where?
Rape. Her claims for rape.
Okay, we already went over this.
Yeah, so this is just penal law at that time. It's now defined as rape. Not only that, but just because something's not legally defined as rape doesn't mean it's not. Forceful penetration of a female member against their will, is that rape under your view?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what it was. So I don't know why I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I don't know why you want to make this distinction, right, when that's clearly not how we typically use these terms.
Okay, so she had evidence, but if she doesn't have evidence, it was Trump, is what I'm trying to get at. She has no evidence that it was Trump.
Yeah, so why didn't he give up his DNA?
You're going to have to ask him that question, but that doesn't
And why did he lie about knowing her?
When there's pictures of the two together. Why did he lie about saying that she was unattractive and not his type, then confused her with his ex-wife? Yeah, God, dude, terrible.
Okay, well, fact of the matter is she had no evidence that it was Trump that did it. So the next topic, then the only other thing I wanted to talk about...
That's not the fact of the matter, but I have another question for you here. Hey, yeah, so do you think that you'd be okay with, like, pretty strict gun control if you knew it would save the lives of more innocent children?
Why are we talking about gun control now? I had one. Can I ask my other question and we can go back to
I just want to ask this real quick. Is that okay?
Okay.
So would you support, like, really strict gun control if you knew that it would save the lives of more innocent children?
No, I'm for the Second Amendment, so I don't want gun control.
Yeah, so here's my next question. Yeah, that's my next question.
I am pro-life.
So, okay, please, wait, are you pro-life because it'll save the lives of more innocent children?
Okay, guns don't kill people.
Hey, Julia, what do you say you're pro-life?
Yes, they
because it'll save the
objectively
lives of more
do. They
innocent children?
objectively do. That's such a fucking ridiculous statement.
Julia.
To say that guns don't kill people.
Julia, why are you pro-life?
Put stricter bans on
Julia, why are you pro-life?
And
Julia, why are you pro-life?
because life is at conception. Life begins at conception.
And abortion kills innocent life?
No one gives a shit, though.
Okay, so please tell me why you do not think that a man's right to own a gun should be taken, even if it would definitely save the lives of innocent, valuable children, but a woman's right to access healthcare should specifically be taken away for the reason that, under your view, it would save the lives of more innocent children.
So you're saying all men
apparently,
that have
Julia,
a gun
guns don't kill people. So, like, just don't be afraid. You know, why should Trump be afraid of the gun? It couldn't possibly kill them. Like, why? That's so crazy. That's such an insane thing to say. Obviously, they kill people.
The people using.
Did you just fall from a coconut tree?
Did you? There's not a lot going on. Like,
I'm not hearing a response to my question here. I've been cooking with this question for the last 2 days. I swear to God, it was like 2 nights ago. I just had this spark moment of intellectual wisdom, right? It's like you advocate for infringing upon the rights to bodily integrity of that of all 170 million American women and girls, taking away their access to healthcare, destroying the family unit, increasing rates of poverty, decreasing levels of education and income, all for the reason that you think it will save the lives of more innocent children under your view. I don't agree agree with you. But then you turn around and you're like pro 2A, pro Constitution, pro gun ownership, even if it were to certainly save the life of more innocent children. If you will sit here and say that the man should definitely have the right to own a gun, regardless if it would lead to the deaths of more innocent children, why can't I say that the woman should definitely have the right to health care, even if it would lead to the deaths of more innocent children? What's the difference between those two statements?
So the difference is for one thing, to backtrack what you said, you're saying all men that have a gun are going to kill children.
What?
No, I'm saying that stricter gun control would definitely save the lives of more children.
So you don't think that someone that's going to commit a crime would obtain a gun illegally regardless to commit the crime?
We are literally assuming that stricter gun control will lead to less child death. That is an assumption that we're making, and you still think individuals should have the right to own a gun.
Personally, my stance on it is I think there should be police officers at schools that are armed to protect the children from someone that were to come in with a gun. Because then that would stop, them from killing multiple people if they were just killed right then and there when they had their
Luis, thank you so much for the $2 on PayPal. And Jamaica, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for your love.
How well did they do at Uvalde?
Huh?
How well did the police officers do at Uvalde?
I'm not familiar with that case or whatever you're talking about.
Literally one of the saddest things to happen in modern history. Every time I hear it, listen, talk about that case, oh my God.
Just thinking police officers themselves just being there is going to fix it, I think is a bit ridiculous when other countries around the world have had other methods and they've actually worked.
Or like, why?
I mean,
So, and then a lot of the cases with the mass shooters at schools, a lot of them are children themselves. And they have a mental health issue. So why don't we go to the root cause?
Oh, wait. I agree with you. We should absolutely address mental health in this country. Universal health care, Medicare for all, that also provides people access to mental health care. That'd probably be very important. Is that something that Trump or any Republicans are advocating for? Wait, it's not? Oh, okay. Wait, why are we voting for Trump then?
Okay, so if the Democrats are advocating for that, then why are the people that are shooting up schools still have why are they all mentally ill?
Marcelo, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Saying just because some Democrats advocate for it, it should just immediately be gone doesn't make any sense, right? That's not a vast amount of people. There has to be bipartisan policy.
Yeah,
and
Republicans.
If Republicans don't engage in that type of policy, how are they supposed to get it passed?
Right, and then also this kind of is straying away from the main
Especially
point of what I asked you.
filibuster.
Like the main point of what I asked you wasn't to hone in on gun control. We were just making the assumption that it would lead to less deaths of innocent children, and you still think that we shouldn't have had that. I wasn't even going to debate that with you. The point of what my argument was there was to hone in on the fact where you don't think that the rights of a man to own a gun should be taken away if it saved innocent child lives, but the rights of a woman should be taken away because it will save innocent child lives under your view. Why would we say in one scenario that it shouldn't be taken away regardless of the outcome of more innocent children being saved, but in the other scenario you'd say it should be taken away specifically because you think it'll save more lives of innocent children?
So the whole body autonomy thing, so I'm guessing then you guys, being Democrats, would want the vaccine when it was...
Can you answer my question or not?
So what's your question? Sorry.
Bro, Julia, what did I just say?
I asked you to repeat your question.
So why would you say that specifically a man's right to own a gun shouldn't be taken away, even if it definitely saved the lives of more innocent children, but
wait, Dean, can I thank some people real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yo, Melanie, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate it. And Natalia, thank you so much for the $20 for the Parker and Dean duo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Natalia and W's for Melanie? Everyone, thank you. Thank you, Dean.
Yo, W gifters, y'all. So why specifically would you say that a man's right to own a gun shouldn't be taken away, even if you knew it would certainly save more innocent children's lives, but a woman's right to access healthcare should be taken away because you think it'll save more innocent children's life?
Okay, first and foremost, we're making an assumption that taking away guns is going to save the life of children. This is
and
all.
You still said it shouldn't be taken away.
No, we all have the right to bear arms. That is our Constitution.
What question do you think I'm asking you, Julia?
And then,
wow. It's really just going over your head.
And for the body rights of a woman, He gave it back to the states to decide.
Dude, it's going right
It's
over
going
your
by
head.
votes. It's going by what the people want. It should have never been federal government anyway.
Oh, so you said that we should send it back to the state level so it could be more hyper-specific to the regions, right?
Yes.
Would you say that like county level is more like hyper-specific to the regions than a state level?
By county? I mean, it's probably going to depend on what state you live in too. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, would you say that like if we were to put like access to abortion and like legislate on that on a county level instead of a state level, that'll be more hyper specific to the people that live in that region?
Or
Do
wait,
you
no,
agree with that?
better yet, we could just go to the people themselves. That's the most representative.
I was gonna get there. Fuck.
I beat you there, buddy.
I was gonna
Train
try to
thinking
get her
the
to
dog.
lock down the train of thought. Failed. Anyways, you're still not engaging with my question. First of all, I asked you what you think should be the case. We're not going to use legislation to dictate what should be the case, or else it would tell us when slavery was legal that we should own slaves. Right? And then also just like appealing to Roe v. Wade, sending it back to the states, didn't answer my question. But I do think that was just a really sophist workaround for misogynistic men to restrict women from having access to healthcare. At the end of the day, they only passed that because they knew that it would prelude to less women having access to abortion, red states that ban it, not because they don't like the power of the federal government. No, it was just misogyny, okay? But you still didn't answer my question. I don't think you ultimately will, so I'm going to leave it alone. Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Elizabeth. Let's get at least 100 W Elizabeths in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W Elizabeths all day, every day, baby. It's so good to see you, Elizabeth. Thank you for the love. Sorry, go ahead.
And so it is at the state level, obviously. But like, let's say I got pregnant and I live in South Dakota. If I got pregnant and wanted an abortion, you can travel to a state that offers that service. It's not like you can't have
Why
it.
should someone have to travel to another state just to receive a basic right?
Yeah, it's just like, imagine if like the Confederates were making this same argument. Oh, if you're a black person and
Yeah,
you live
if
in
you're
the
a woman, you
Confederacy
should
and
just
don't
have to
wanna
go
be
to a different state to vote. If your state makes it so that you shouldn't be able to vote.
Yeah, or if you're a black person living in the Confederacy and you don't want to be a
I'm just-
slave, just travel up to the Union. Like, come
I'm
on.
just saying, you guys are acting like they have absolutely no choice whatsoever, and that's not the case.
Okay, so would you say that you'd support like let's say the right to slave ownership to be passed back down to the state, and if let's say Georgia were to legalize it, would you be using the same argument? Well, if you're black and in Georgia, you could just move to Tennessee.
We're talking about slavery.
We're just talking about another violation of a right that should be federally protected. I want to see if you uphold your logic.
Well, first of all, I don't think slavery is horrible, and there's a reason why that's not a thing.
Yeah, women who are raped not having access to abortion, that's a bad thing too, right? I don't think that should ever happen.
Okay,
so why
what
should women not be protected for that federally?
The numbers for rape. So
Can you answer the question? Why should women not have that right? And girls.
Not have? Can you? Sorry,
Why should women and girls not have that right? That if it is the case that they are raped, that they shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion. I think they should be able to get access to an abortion. Certain states do not allow them to get access to an abortion.
Okay, you're talking a very, very small percentage. First thing, and
even if that's true, why don't you want people to have that protection?
okay, if they were raped, and also to point to that, there's been a ton of stories about women that have been raped and ended up having the child and don't regret it.
So let's not
so force everyone who is.
No, I'm not saying.
Let's not use the experiences of one woman who got raped that ended up not regretting having the child to virtue signal and devalue the experiences of women who disagree. We should also not be legislating on what someone might or might not regret. All that you're trying to do here is devalue the experience and the harm portrayed onto women who are raped and become pregnant. It is absolutely morally disgusting. I hate this argument. It is my least favorite argument ever. You're like, here's a woman that got raped, went through one of the most terrible experiences that a woman can, got pregnant, bared the 9 months of suffering, trauma, and pain, and then destroyed her body giving birth to that baby, and then 5 years later ended up really loving it, looked back on it, wish she wasn't great, but glad she has a baby now. Why would we use those experiences to tell the 12-year-olds in Kentucky that they should maintain pregnancy? Makes no goddamn sense.
Rather than making women fear pregnancy, Why are we trying to dehumanize
Right, thank you for the money.
dehumanize a woman being pregnant and potentially not knowing what to do?
If I was a woman and I got raped, I would be afraid of pregnancy. Would you?
I mean, if I was raped and got pregnant, I would be scared. But there's also you're
So
taking.
why would you want to force anyone into that circumstance?
I'm not.
Who
I don't
has
want
been
to force.
victimized?
Okay, so with rape, the very small.
Yeah, if you don't have federal
mind you-
protections, just letting you know that's what you're forcing upon people.
Also, just to let you know that pro-life legislation makes women fear pregnancy because they know if pro-life legislation exists in their area and they become pregnant, there's not a damn thing they could do about it because the old white men that legislate for their state is forcing them to provide their bodily resources to someone else for 9 months without their consent. You're the one making women fear pregnancy, Julia.
No, I would actually be the
Actually,
one.
wait, when you restrict the right to do it themselves, that's what makes you fear it.
No, you guys are making them fear it because you guys are like dehumanizing the whole part of being pregnant. You're saying it's not alive. It's not a human. That's
Wait,
basically what you
they're
guys are
alive,
arguing.
right? The cellular life, but we care about sentient life. So I don't know why at that point it's valuable.
So if a woman that's pregnant gets shot and killed, why would it be double homicide?
So, okay. So again, I don't consider it double homicide because it is the case that it's not a person part of that point, but it's an unjustified termination of a pregnancy and murder.
I do consider
so
it double
there's
homicide.
a count of murder and then there's a count of unjustified termination of pregnancy.
I consider it double homicide, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, that's just all semantical though.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and this is a touchy subject for me as well, as I do have a child, and I am a single mom, and I didn't get pregnant planned. So just the fact that the left is tries to dehumanize, just like the whole, like if you want to go bring it back to slavery as well, like the whole part of dehumanizing was making it sound like slaves weren't people. They weren't human. And same thing with the Jews and the Nazis. Jews were not human, according to the Nazis. It's the whole dehumanizing. History has been repeating itself.
Do not compare abortion to slavery and the Holocaust, please. Impossible challenge for pro-lifers.
Jesus Christ! Like,
are you really comparing like a fucking literally like an embryo to a sentient human being that's experiencing pain?
Yeah, Jesus fuck, bro.
There's actually been studies. There's been studies that babies in the womb can feel pain.
Beginning at 27 weeks.
Yeah, when we're talking about that, that's when we value it at the point in which it can conceptualize pain. That would be through the context of a first-person subjective experience.
But late-term abortion?
Nala, thank you so much for the meteor shower. I appreciate you for the love.
We're not arguing that late-term abortion as it relates to lethal abortion should be allowed.
Well,
at that point, when you're saying
draw the line?
late-term abortion, that's just going to be typically speaking, that's just going to be like they began birth, essentially. They induce labor.
Yeah, and there's a question that I wanted to ask you here. Do you think it's murder?
Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Trey, thank you for the $1.
Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient that's alive and is human in the hospital?
I think it's a case-by-case scenario. Like,
oh my God, Julia! You are
alive,
dehumanizing. One second, Julia. Let me finish. You are dehumanizing that innocent human that's alive. This is comparable to the Holocaust somehow because I want to virtue signal and I want to tell the world that I care about this innocent form of life. But in all reality, I don't care about the innocent form of life, or I'd be pro-choice because pro-life legislation prolutes to higher rates of poverty, lower rates of education and income, and leads to the destruction of the family unit because it shifts the focus of these grown adult men and women or any type of family structure, regardless of it's two men, two women, or man and woman, from desiring to have children and raise them in a productive household to forcing these 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into being forced to raise a family because this state is telling the woman that she has to provide her bodily resources to this fetus for 9 months against her will, forcing unwanted children into unready households. You don't give a shit. You just want to control the rights of women, the access to healthcare of women, and you want to punish women who engage in intercourse that don't plan on having children, all for the reason that you think what they're doing is irresponsible. It's deplorable. The virtue signaling, it's gross. Just hiding behind this statement that you care so much about life when in all reality you just want to control the woman, the body of a woman because you think what they're doing is irresponsible. It's gross. Do better, Julia. Do better.
So you could have saved a lot of time if you would have just let me finish. So I do think that it's by case scenario, and same with abortion. Like I would not, if it was going to jeopardize the mother's life, I can, get on board with, having to do, and they don't call it an abortion when it has to do with the mother's life. But
yeah, but we're also going to be referencing the other 99% of women who seek abortions for little reason, good reason, or no reason at all. Like, you got to understand, I understand that there's going to be circumstances such as a pregnancy that would pose a threat to the life of a mother, or like a victim of rape that should elect forced healthcare because of their extenuating circumstances. And those circumstances are more shitty than a lot of experiences than anyone could ever go through. But what I want you to understand is that while there's women who are pregnant that don't have those same circumstances, just because a woman has incredibly unfortunate circumstances doesn't mean they deserve access to healthcare that other women don't. And that's the issue here.
Well, it's a good thing we live in America, but there will be states that will never ban abortion. So if, there are those, very, very small percentages. Like, do you know how many days out of a month a woman can get pregnant? Do you know?
I don't, when she's on her ovulation period, so 12 days.
No, there's less than 12 days.
Okay, you could correct me. That's fine.
Okay.
I'll take the education.
So it's 6 days.
Nala, thank you so much for the flying jets. I appreciate you for the love, Nala. Let's get some massive W Nalas in the chat for the flying jets. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W Nala. I really appreciate you there. And you continue to go back to this point. There's states that will never make it banned.
Okay,
but you're essentially
so you're
saying,
not taking away the right of abortion, because you can get an abortion in America.
well, here's the issue. You're saying that women in California or Colorado deserve different access to healthcare than women in Kentucky or Tennessee because the women in Kentucky or Tennessee could travel to Colorado, California. It makes no sense. It just absolutely makes no sense. You are taking their access to healthcare away. You are disadvantaging them in comparison to women that may live in blue states that can still get access to said forms of healthcare.
So
and we've already went over the issues with your logic here. Do you think that we should put the right for women to vote back down to the state because if there's women that live in a state that make it illegal, they could just move to California?
This is a totally different topic, but
it is the same logic. Why don't you MAGA cultists understand logic, conceptual analogies, and abstract thought?
Oh, I didn't know I was in a cult. Jeez.
Yeah, you are.
But another thing, you're not limiting the access. My employer, for example, before you interrupt me, my employer will literally pay. Like, if I were to want an abortion and it wasn't available in my state, my employer would pay for me to get it in a different state. My travel expenses, lodging expenses, they would pay to cover all of that. So you're still having access in your country. You still have access to your country.
Just to clarify, banning and restricting access to abortion does not ban or restrict access to abortion.
You just have to travel for it. You can still get an abortion. You just have to travel for it.
Yeah, Julia. So do you think that there will ultimately be women that can't travel for it?
I mean, I'm sure in some cases, but the majority of the cases are women that are having sex unprotected with no birth control and are getting pregnant, not being raped and getting pregnant.
There we go. Now it comes out. Julia. You don't care about it being put down to the state. You don't care about them having the ability to travel. You don't even care about the sanctity of the human life. You haven't even touched on the value of the fetus once. Now it all comes out, because what you just told me is that there's some women who are engaging in irresponsible sex without the use of contraceptives. Therefore, what? Therefore, they shouldn't have access to health care. What you want to do is you want to take away their access to healthcare because you think what they're doing is irresponsible. You want to punish them. You want to punish the child because then you're going to force that unwanted kid into the unready household. You're going to punish our entire nation because what we see is higher rates of poverty, lower levels of education, income, and lower qualities of life. How the hell can you say you're pro-life? You're not. You're pro-control. I'm pro-choice because I care about life. You're pro-life because you care about control.
No, I am pro-life because it is a human being that is being ripped from the mother and killed.
And isn't murder to, I don't know, pull the plug on brain dead patients.
Oh my god, that is your guys' main argument too.
It's actually not, but it's a great one.
Okay.
Marley, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. For fighting with a grape apologist is truly painful. I absolutely agree. W. Marley's in the chat for the $10. Leslie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate you for the love. So, is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
I'm gonna say no.
But they're a human life.
Yes, but they're in a that's a way different
Hells,
scenario.
thank you so much for the
than
champion. I appreciate you for the love.
A baby who has, they haven't even had the chance to live.
Ah,
They
so
don't have the
true.
chance.
So true. So are women with IUDs murderers? Because in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception.
Okay, now
to
we're
occur,
going.
meaning
Now
that
we're
there's a
going
human
back
life.
to the. You guys seem to think that every time a
Hey
woman
Julia,
has sex,
I just want to clarify. Are women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that sometimes an IUD will prevent implantation
I know what
of an
you're
already
saying.
conceived human
Can you
zygote.
let me talk? I know what you're
Feeling
saying,
it?
but then you're also implying that every time a woman with an IUD has sex, they're fucking pregnant. That's what you're
No,
implying.
that's actually not what I'm implying. I said sometimes, right? So what an IUD can do to function is it will prevent pregnancy. Tina, thank you so much for the galaxy. By allowing for conception to occur, meaning there is a conceived human life there, and then it prevents its implantation into the uterine lining, essentially starving it to death. And if all human life with value and potential has the same amount of value, you should value that human zygote. So do you think they're murderers?
I think it is. Let's say the fact. And now, where's your evidence on this that IUDs do that?
Okay, so you don't want to engage in it. Cool.
Well, I don't know enough about. I don't have
Alicia,
an
thank you so much
IUD.
for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Alicia. Let's get some W Alicias in the chat for the $10 on PayPal. It says it on the packaging of an IUD.
Okay, well,
they
I
even
don't-
had discourse and deliberation on this in Congress when they're potentially considering banning IUDs.
Okay. Well, I don't have an IUD and I'm not on any form of birth control. So birth control is a whole different story. I don't believe any woman should.
So
be
are they murderers or are they not murderers because they're killing a unicellular human life?
Well, then I would categorize it as the same thing as terminating a pregnancy that didn't need to be terminated.
So are they murderers or not?
They're killing. If they're killing a baby, then what is that?
So they're murderers. Should all murderers go to jail?
I don't.
Gagged? Silence?
I don't know enough about the IUD. I'm sorry.
I mean, you just said they were murderers.
If you're terminating a pregnancy willingly, like I'm sure there's a ton of women that are on the IUD and don't know it does that. Okay, so.
Okay. In
But
the same way,
I'm
there's women who
talking
get
about-
abortions
I'm
and don't know it's a
making
human
arguments
life.
that are- Okay.
In the same way, there's women who get abortions that don't know or don't consider it to be alive. Yeah.
Okay, but if you're going into a clinic getting an abortion, you obviously know you are pregnant.
Yeah. But,
If
I mean,
you have an IUD and you didn't read the packaging or the insert that says that, how would you?
wait. From your perspective, how would this matter, right? There's like particularly like white people in America during Emancipation era slavery that were socialized into thinking that African American individuals were literally subhuman. But that wouldn't make their slave ownership any less bad because they didn't know. So from your perspective here, even if the woman doesn't know that like this unicellular zygote is so valuable in a unique human life, it still shouldn't like scapegoat like their ramifications for the moral atrocity that they're committing. But back to what I was saying, you said women with IUDs are murderers. Should all murderers go
I
to
didn't
jail?
say that.
Okay, so it's not murder?
Like I said, I do not know enough about the IUD, and I'm sure a lot of women that are on the IUD didn't even know that. And it's,
So are they murderers or are they not?
so if you knew that when you got the IUD and you're willingly okay with that, knowing that you could have a fetus
Lane, thank you for the
or get
$3.
pregnant with an IUD,
Bro, I've been asking you this question for minutes. Are they murderers or are they not murderers?
then if you willingly know that, then yes.
Should all murderers go to jail?
I don't know. There has to be you have to go to court and let someone else decide. if they're murdered.
Should everyone who murders, should all murderers go to jail? Thank you for the
I don't know.
galaxies.
I
You
am
don't-
not. I don't.
So you don't know if all murderers should go to jail?
So in that case, you're saying a woman that had an abortion because it was taking her life. You can't categorize all of abortion and all of.
Hey, Parker, if you want to hop back in here, feel free. I'm so sorry for kind of like stealing the mic here. I feel bad.
No. Yeah. Wait. So did we go over like? Do you think a zygote's a person?
Yeah. Well, if it's After conception, it is a live and it is a human.
Okay, so like just to clarify with you, a single cell organism is a person.
It's a human, yes.
Here, so I'm just gonna ask you real quick. Let me give you a picture. Do you think that here? Can you make me on the big screen real quick? One second, I am just pulling it up real quick.
Michelle.
Do you think this is a person?
Michelle, thank you for the $5.
Is this a person?
Energy.
It's going to turn into one.
Well, that's just a microorganism. So, like, do you typically mistake people for microorganisms?
Oh my god.
Because I just literally looked up microorganism. I'm not trolling, and I just showed you a microorganism, and you said it's going to turn into a person. Let me think of the $5. So in real life, you typically mistake microorganisms for people.
That's a really bad argument. But...
No, it's not. What? That's pretty crazy. Like I've never done that before.
Cooked! Holy shit! Oh my god, dude, I gotta...
There's no point in arguing about that because it is literally going to turn into a human.
It's going to, yeah.
Did
Same thing.
Wait. Did you know that?
Wait, you know the same thing. You know the same thing would be true if I don't pull out, right? So like, what does that mean that it should be like illegal for me to like pull out?
What?
Yeah, should it be illegal for men to pull out? Because obviously it would be the case that if they don't, right, then there'd be more likely chance that it leads to pregnancy because there's going to be a future person there.
You guys don't understand that not every time a woman has sex she's going to get pregnant, right? You guys.
Yeah, obviously, but I'm saying it's more likely. Did you listen?
Yeah, just like every time a woman conceives a unicellular zygote in her fallopian tubes in her uterus, it won't result in a born baby.
Sometimes there's miscarriages, yes, but it was on the way to be a baby.
Just like when you're engaged in an intercourse, like when Parker's engaged in an intercourse with his girlfriend, right? There's a potentiality for potential conception to occur.
Yes, there is potential. It doesn't mean it happens every single time.
But didn't you say that you value the unicellular organism, like the zygote, because of its potential to be a human? So shouldn't you value the potential that's present when they're engaged in an intercourse for conception to occur?
It's not. Life begins at conception.
Yeah, but you don't value the life on its own because the brain dead patient's alive. It's not murder to kill them, according to you.
Can we move past this topic because we're just going to go in circles. We're not going to change either one's mind on the abortion. Let's just agree to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only other thing I wanted to ask you guys is, do you think
change the topic if they won't understand what I'm doing?
No, it's just we've been spending so much time on this topic, and obviously, no matter how much we debate on this, neither of our minds are going to be changed, right?
Right.
Okay, so
I mean, you could change minds, but
I highly doubt it. Aren't you? Wait, is it you or Dean that aren't one of you two funded by the DNC?
Yeah, I get DNC payments from the Illuminati every day.
I'm paid by Taylor Swift. I don't know about.
Yeah, directly from Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I know, right?
So anyway, my only other question for you guys.
Why do you think we're paid by the DNC?
Because isn't this like your job? Like
Yeah.
it's what you do every day.
Yep.
But how does that mean we're paid by the DNC?
I don't know. I thought there was evidence that I think it was you and Harry that were paid by the DNC.
Oh, me and
Yeah,
Harry?
yep, definitely it's me. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't say you, Parker. I
We'll
said
think of the $2. Oh, Dean?
I thought it was Harry.
She's
and
referring
Dean.
to the one Hunter Howell video. She's referring to the one.
She thinks you're Chris.
No, she's referring to the one video that Hunter made. Remember, he made a video of me and Harry are paid by the DNC.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did not say. I'm saying aren't. I didn't say you were. I said aren't you?
No.
Question. Okay. I was just curious.
Really?
And I'm pretty sure, since we're talking about videos, I'm pretty sure I saw a video of Harry and Dean. I'm pretty sure it was Dean, where you basically said you're going to stand for Democrats no matter what they do, even if it is stupid shit. But
You think of the $5. Thank you so much. What do you mean?
Anyway.
It definly wasn't me.
Okay, it was someone with Harry. But anyways, the only other thing I wanted to touch on, and then I gotta go. So with Kamala being the Sorry, I'll just say Harris. I can never pronounce it right.
Jess, thank you for the
Kamala.
$5 on PayPal from the DNC. Thank
Just
you so
think
much for the love.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Like Law and Order.
Kamala.
And she's like, prosecuting the felon.
Right.
Okay, I'll try to remember that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Do you guys want a Democratic primary to be able to potentially choose a different candidate? Would you
No,
guys?
I think Kamala is going to be the candidate.
It's also funny how the only people like whining about there not being a Democratic primary to choose Kamala is the Republicans.
Well, I think that's only because the Democrats are always ones to say that Trump's trying to take away democracy, yet like no one really got a chance because he just stepped down.
Yeah, that's what. So what happens when a president steps down? Vice president steps up.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Yep.
So
like I don't see how that's anti-democratic.
Biden did not. He didn't die, and unless
Yeah,
you're
he stepped
going-
down. I mean, yeah, Nixon didn't die either.
You know what would be anti-democratic is forcing Biden against his will, without his consent, to campaign for another presidency at his ripe old age. It's funny because it was elder abuse.
They said no. They wanted him to step down. Now they wanted him to stay.
And there's still y'all gotta make up your mind because there's still Republicans on Twitter that are calling for him to resign, while other Republicans are saying that it's anti-democratic. And you were saying it was elder abuse to even platform him and have him be our president in the first place. But now all of a sudden you're saying you're calling for forcing him to run another 4 years.
I'm not saying that. I just asked you guys' opinion on if you think there should be a Democratic primary to give, the Democratic Party a chance. Or
The vice president steps up in this circumstance. Vice president steps up. Like for example, think of the Hindu. Like if let's say that Biden dropped out a day before the election, who would step up? It would be the vice president, right?
Yes, but I'm saying.
Okay, so obviously close enough to the election. Obviously, we're just going to say the vice president steps up. Like that makes sense.
Right.
But don't you think it's kind of sketchy how they waited until very close to the end?
Who says you care about
drop
democracy when you literally are voting for a candidate that sent that wanted to send fake electors and tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results? The
It's
guy who
just
tried to
crazy.
actually undermine our American democracy and overthrow the government.
Also, can I cook you in just one sentence real quick? Then I'm going to step back and then respond to
Can I
Parker.
get a say in here?
Wait, let her go and then cook her.
You're doing 2v1 right now. Like, how is that fair?
Yeah. I was a bit pushy there. I'll step back.
Okay. Oh God, now I lost what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
Okay. Name one Democrat that wishes there was a primary election to vote Kamala into her position.
I don't know. I'm just saying, there are other people that could run.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, guys. Sorry. And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Alyssa. Let's get some massive W Alyssas in the chat. Let's get at least 100 W Alyssas in the chat for the $30 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love there. Parker is asking you about how Trump is very anti-democracy. I'll let y'all get back to that. I'll hush up.
So what's the question?
Yeah. So who says? How the fuck can you say you care about democracy? Think of the Hanging Lights. If you're voting for a candidate that literally tried to overthrow our government.
So, Trump got elected in as
not in 2020, and yet he said he did.
No, I'm talking about right now.
He said in 2020 that he won when he didn't.
Okay. Well, at the same time, how is the most popular president in history? Why is he dropping out? He's the most popular president in history.
He's not the most popular right now.
81 million votes.
Well, that was in 2020. 65% of the Republican or Democratic Party right now wants him to step down. 65% of the Democratic Party then didn't want him to step down. So you can't dispute that there's been a massive change in his approval rating since 2022 because people associate inflation with him, even if it's not true. The same thing happened with Kamala. But that's not for good reason. That's only because they associate inflation with them.
Okay. So I guess, you guys wouldn't even think of supporting someone else that were to be running for president for Democrat. You wouldn't even consider
No, right now we're unifying behind Kamala.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it. There's so many good reasons not to consider anybody but Kamala.
Okay. I was just curious on what you guys thought of that because, people could vote potentially for someone. Then it would be a democracy to where, people could vote for a different candidate.
It
that
is a
really wants everything.
democracy, and that's why when we vote her and Biden, that means that if Biden steps down, she steps up.
Yeah, for the current presidency.
Yeah, for the presidency or running for president if necessary.
Okay. Well, if he would have stepped down back in, like, let's say January, I think it would be a little different story, and I think both of you would probably agree to that.
Okay, well, is there anything else that you wanted?
Both of us wouldn't agree to what?
No, that. Sorry, what?
Both of us wouldn't agree to what?
That there would be an actual primary. If you were to have stepped down earlier, there would have been other candidates. That the people,
according to Trump in his speech yesterday, according to Trump in his speech yesterday, Christians will never have to vote again after voting for him this year because it'll all be fixed. So maybe we won't have any more primaries.
Ooh, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
Yo, Janice, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Janice. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You did send it to the right one. And Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Maybe we won't have any more primaries. Maybe we won't have any more federal elections.
Oh, yes. They made a good point. They said, I thought we were not a democracy to them.
That's funny. Yeah, Julia, are we a democracy?
Yeah.
Oh, great, great. Phenomenal. So, yesterday at one of Trump's speeches, he said this will be the last election that his supporters have to vote in. They'll never have to vote again because everything will be fixed.
Okay, and?
So, how are you getting mad at the Democratic Party for not voting for Kamala in the primaries when Trump says no one will ever have to vote again because it'll all be fixed?
I'm not mad because I'm not voting Democrat. I'm not mad. I'm just saying it doesn't seem very democracy of the left to not provide options for the people to vote for. There's people that voted for Biden, and you guys just said he's not popular anymore, or that
65% of the Democratic Party wanted him to step down.
Yeah.
Tyler, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And Biden chose Harris to be the vice president. So that's what I don't understand.
And then we voted for Biden-Harris in the primaries.
Yeah, and then there's people that have voted
Biden
for Biden
steps down, Harris steps up. Biden steps down, Harris steps up.
Okay, so not just because they're the vice president doesn't mean that every Democrat that wants to vote in this election wants Harris as their.
No one said every Democrat, but clearly the predominant amount of the party would.
Okay,
if we did run an open convention primary sort of thing, she'd probably win. She was literally endorsed by the entire Democratic Party.
How come she had less than 1% of support in 2020?
Corey,
she dropped out at that point.
Corey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you.
She got
love,
the vice
Corey.
president spot. She quite literally was averaging between like 7 to 14%.
He got the vice
and also that was
Matt,
prior to her being vice president.
Matt wants to come up real quick. Matt, I'm gonna just start Xing people out of the queue. Let me know when you're in the requests. But go ahead, guys. But Corey, seriously, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. There we go.
All right. Well, what were you saying, Julia?
I don't remember now. I don't.
Okay. Well, do you have anything else you want to talk about, or add?
Matt asked to come up real quick to address one thing, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring one thing up real quick. I think people have a very strong misunderstanding of like primary politics. We are not voting in primaries for candidates. We vote for delegates. So this is how it applies in both the Republican and the Democratic parties. The delegates choose the candidate. We vote for delegates who are pledged towards certain candidates. But those delegates can at any time change their vote. So people don't understand that there's no like democracy here in primary politics. So people think that like, oh, I'm voting for Joe Biden in the primary. No, that's not the case. You're voting for delegates who are pledged to Joe Biden, but there's nothing stopping them when they get to the convention to vote for whoever the hell they want to. They are just pledged towards this candidate. And the same thing happens with the Republicans. If they wanted to vote for any person within the convention, they could. It's just that it's very, very unlikely. So
Corey, think of the $10. Thank you
that's
so
the
much,
point,
Corey.
and so that's why it's actually not democratic at all, because the whole primary system is not there. This is not very democratic. So the delegates could vote for, Joe Bob down the street if they wanted to. I mean, that's how it's worked for hundreds of years. So your point just guessed about us voting for Joe Biden, that's not actually the case. We vote for delegates, and then they can pick whoever the hell they want.
Awesome. Yo, Matt, I appreciate you for coming up here and sharing that.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I
of
just
course,
know if the tables were turned and let's say Trump was the vice president for a different.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, guys. If you are MAGA, make sure to let us know in the chat, y'all. If you are voting for Trump, if you are MAGA, just let us know in the chat. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, guys. Let's go and get our next guest up in here, guys. Make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. Also, if you want to support either myself or Parker, both of our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPal, they're on the bio, baby. What's up, Hoodie? How old are you?
I'm 12.
Yeah, see ya, buddy. Sheesh! Moving on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone do just give us a minute. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now.
Right now. Tap that screen. 2.5 million likes. Let's go.
Phenomenal. Moving on. We're still doing.
How long are you going to be on, man?
I was just about to ask you that same thing. I've been on for like 4 hours and 30 minutes. The algorithm on here is just so good, so I don't want to end.
Yeah, no,
but,
it's totally up to you. Whatever you want to do. I'm probably going to be on until like 9 o'clock, 9:30 or so. So.
Bet. I'm guessing you want to do your own live too.
Probably at some point, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like I'd be on for like another 40 minutes, an hour.
I'd probably want to get going by like 5.
Yeah, sure. Let's
we can
do
go
that.
over to mine. Do you want to get off at that point, or do you want to co-host on?
Yeah, honestly, I'd be down. Do you want to go over to your account in like 30 minutes?
Yeah, we can do that.
Say less. What's up, Jesse? How old are you?
I'm 47.
47, phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
So I talked to Parker about this last night, and
okay, I do appreciate you for coming up, Jesse. However, we are just looking to talk to individuals.
I don't even remember the conversation. I feel so terrible because I probably had like a lengthy conversation with them, and maybe it was good or maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
I'm sorry, man. We're just looking for people that we haven't already talked to.
I feel so bad when I don't remember people.
I know, me too. But we talk to a lot of people. You know what I mean? We talk to a lot of people. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just do give us a minute while they're loading up. The one and the only. Feel free to hop in the box. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here, y'all. Everyone, do be patient. Do be patient. Let's go to see what Gino has to say, guys. Everyone, just do give us a minute, y'all. We're gonna head over to Poker Stream in the next 30 minutes too, as well. We may just head over there sooner than that because if we can't get someone up, I'd honestly be down for that.
Up to you, man.
Yeah. We'll try like one more person.
2 million likes is base, though. I still can't believe we got up to like 7.6 million. That was crazy.
That's just fucking nuts, dude. That's just nuts,
dude. We blew the record out of the water, dude.
Yeah.
Beating the record by 2 million is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I'm happy. You know, things have been really growing in the community. There's 7,000. Hey, for every single person watching this live, I love you all.
Yeah, every single.
Apart from the grape apologists. And
apart from, you don't know about you, buddy.
Yeah, I may redact that statement.
But that's a very, very small proportion of the live. You know what I mean?
Right. Guys, if you're MAGA, just let me know in the chat. We're going to go to just load up from the chat. We love you too, Dita Parker. Love you guys. Y'all are awesome. Crazy that...
Did you fall out of a coconut tree? I've started using that.
Did you ever imagine, like a year and a half ago, that you'd be debating politics, doing what you love in front of 7,000 people, Parker?
No, bro.
I know. This is just unreal. I feel like a lot of people forget that like we just started streaming on this app, talking shit and having debates because there's something.
Literally just random kids. Like I did Omegle debates. I literally did the same thing, but with no one watching. It was just me.
For real.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2005.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry.
Bruh.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Because he's a better candidate versus Kamala.
So why specifically is Trump better than Kamala?
Well, because he was president before, and he there wasn't no wars.
Oh,
Under
people
him.
in the chat are saying that you've been on here before. Have we spoken?
Yeah, the other day. And Parker. Hey, Parker, I haven't been on your live since you was going to. He tried to get me to go on to Harry's live.
Okay. Hey, Parker, you just want to head over to your stream now?
Okay, yeah, we can.
Phenomenal.
All right, everyone. I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all there in a second. Love y'all.
Bet. By the way, no one leave yet. Don't leave yet to his account because he's going to need like 15 seconds to go live. Let's just all rate him together. So if you're watching, don't leave to Parker's yet. Don't leave yet. We're still going to try to get another debate going for like the next 30 seconds here. Don't leave yet. We'll all do it together. But hey, man, honestly, just before I end for the night, I may head over to Parker's account. I may not. I love you all. You know, I started streaming on this app because I had very strong opinions and I cared about shit that other people didn't. Even so far as I've lost relationships with my family over what I do. I've lost friends over what I do. I go in public, someone asks me what I do for work, and I explain to them this. People are like, I lose a lot. And I'm absolutely just so happy that I'm on here doing what I do. I love every single second of it, and I'm so grateful for all of y'all. You know, and I usually just kind of stick to the debates, don't really pay any mind to that, and just focus on the conversation. But I just wanted to take like a couple seconds here to fill y'all in. I love y'all so much, dude. It's incredible. We're still waiting on Parker to go live here, so everyone just do give us a minute. Don't leave yet. We're going to be sending him over a raid. We're still just trying to get someone up to debate in the meantime. Literally no one, bro. See, that's the rough part about these debates, is people like join in the guest requests and then like actually just like not join up. What's up, Eva? How old are you? Thank you for the hand arts. I appreciate you, Apple user.
I'm turning 18 this year.
Dude, you got to be 18. Be on TikTok Live. Moving on to our next guest, Parker, bro. If you're watching, hurry your ass up, bro. Parker, hurry your ass up. He's still not on live, folks. He's still not on live. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Give us a minute. He's still not on live. Still not on live. Bro, Parker, what are we doing? What's up? How old are you?
Yo, no way, man.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. Are you voting for Trump?
Nah, I just want to say, like...
Awesome. What the fuck are we doing, Okay, he's live. There we go. Hey, everybody! Thank you so much for the gifts. All right, everybody, head over to @Parker. Get a real job on TikTok. He just went live. Go show him some love. I appreciate you all for joining me here today. It's been the best stream in a long time. I'm so grateful that I could be joined by everyone. We had a great day. I'll be back again tomorrow for some more, and I may even join up on Parker's account. But I love you all. I will see you all tomorrow, or maybe later tonight on Parker's stream. So right now, if you want to listen to some more conversations and even debate yourself, go to @Parker, get a real job on TikTok. Go show him some love. Y'all can leave now. Y'all are free to go. Y'all are free to go. Head over to Parker's account. Show him some love. I'll probably join up. I'm going to get some food first, though, because I'm starving. @Parker, get a real job. Love you guys. Spam Dean Raid in his chat. Adios.